Hello, chat room. How's it going? Bet this Octavia character is not very good. How true is that? Not true at all. Hello, Gooden. Hello, Azaraf. Are you sparking this battle? No, we'll see. I can't afford to. Let me put it that way. I need my second vault for it. I can't afford to, but it's super fucking tempting. I'm not gonna lie. It's really tempting. I'm just really hoping for my free pulls to come through. That's sort of what we're doing. Let's switch on over and see. Oh yeah, I was gonna move the thing for now. Let me go. Is this Arknauts chat? What is this? Zero ticket and scratcher. If I got a zero ticket, I'm not using an Octavia. That's not what I would do. But yeah. Anyways, daily repeat, let's go. I showed my cat Octavia and she's mad. Is she jealous? Is that what happened? Casino. DY, is there any way peeps can support Wiki staff besides donating? So donating helps keep the Wiki up, ad-free as well. So yeah, that definitely helps. And then other way to support, really just contributing, I think. Wiki staff is overall quite small. Like the amount of people that actively add things, especially for new updates, is very small. Like even I don't deal with like new updates, right? I deal with more guide based stuff on the wiki. But the wiki needs more people to do like things like, oh, new character released, make the page for the new character, you know, like things like that. And it's probably a lot easier than you might be imagining if you don't know how it works, because all of it is templated out. So it's like there's a template that you just copy and you just change the name from one thing to another. Yeah, no, but like, to be honest, like as a new wiki editor, you won't be doing that. It's more just like doing like things like adding them to other pages. Like for example, Octavia just got bonus damage, right? Someone is gonna have to add her to the bonus damage page manually. Things like that. Normally Eyster does that, right? But this is sort of what I'm saying. I'm saying like only a couple people are in charge of this, and if those couple people are unavailable, then those pages usually just don't get updated for a while. So yeah. Congratulations, Celestial, but reminder chat, no, don't share your gacha in the live chat, please. Save that for salt channels. I edit sometimes, but only small things. Yeah, just start off with small things, and if you're not sure, feel free to ask, and also just feel free to mess around on your user page, right? That's completely fine too. Like you have your user page on the wiki when you make an account, just mess around there, put things there, see how things work if you're not sure. And yeah, once again, feel free to ask questions either here or in Wikicode. Probably Wikicode, because I actually don't know too much about coding. That's why I deal with more of the type things out, send it to other people, get them to make it look pretty, like that sort of thing, right? And I give my feedback on what I feel like it should look like or things like that. Let's see, stage 2. Nope, no, wrong one. Stage 2. Hello, Gustav. Hi, I'm new to GBF. Is anniversary still going on? It is. Hello, Cal. Anniversary is still happening. It's live right now. It is. Anniversary is up until the end of the month, actually. But right now is a great time to start. I have a beginner guide on YouTube. Beginner. Right there. You can check that out. If you want to know how to get started and things like that. I've modified a few bookmarklets. You work in IT, but it's been a part of the community for 9 years. It's good to give back a little. Yeah. Like, for example, I have to do some wiki updating today as well. Like, for example, Octavia, this character gives echo, right? 20% echo. So she's missing her echo table. Things like this, right? Things like this are relatively easy to do. So I'll just show you this, right? Because pretty much every character that has bonus damage, we try to put the echo table. And what I mean by that is, who's a character? Vania, right? Vania Yukata. If you go to her page, you'll see that she has bonus damage stacking information. And then she has this, right? Any character with bonus damage, we want to put this table so people can see what it stacks with and what it doesn't stack with. So Octavia just released, she doesn't have it because someone has to add it manually. And like I templated this out. Like, so all you have to do is copy that, go to a page that has it, go to her wiki page, click here, put it here, and then you put on what thing it is and what skill it is. So it's skill 1 and it's side A. Actually, I haven't checked. It's side A, right, chat? There's no way it's any other side. If this skill isn't side A, we gotta be. There's just no way. I haven't actually checked if this is side A, but if this skill isn't side A, I'm gonna lose it. It has to be side A. Have we updated this for Octavia? Sophia Gougeland, March 10th. No, we haven't actually yet. Someone test this, but yeah, pretty sure it's side A. But like, I guess we don't have verification, so you wouldn't do this yet. But then you just add it and it'll work. Like clockwork logic skill side A, and then I'll say, hey, it doesn't stack with these things as an example, right? So that's sort of what's going on. Maybe a bad idea, but would making a video on this be useful? The thing is, like, what would I make a video on? Because like once again, like I said, I'm more familiar with like the guide side of things because that's what I focus on the wiki, like advanced grids, writing raid guides, you know, things like that. That's what I deal with. I don't deal with making like the character pages. I'm not in charge of activating the bot that uploads all the images, all these things. That's not me, right? I would be able to figure it out, but I don't know how to do that, so I don't feel comfortable talking about it, right? Which at the end of the day just becomes, hey, go to the wiki code and ask and things like that. Honestly, basically what happens is like the more you use the wiki, you'll notice like, oh, hey, these things could use a little updating or things like that, right? Like, for example, another one is like, I don't know, anniversary event, right? We have these anniversary events. And I don't know if everybody feels this way, but like when you click these, I feel like you can read this and it's like, oh, for new players, it's like, okay, blah, 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 blah. But it's like some of these things, it's like, it's an excellent aura for brand new players. Was probably true at the time. By the way, I don't know the true answer to this. I don't know if we should be updating things like this because at the time it was, but now it's not. So things like this, I'm also not sure if these are things we should be updating past when they were released. That was probably a really bad example, by the way. But yeah. Either way, what I'm trying to say is that like there are plenty of things on the wiki that can use visual updates, can use help. What a lot of them are what I would call grunt work, which is obviously a little menial, which is why they don't tend to get updated. because like someone has to do it, and usually it's just like 1 or 2 people doing it. When I say grunt work, I'm talking about things like, I don't know, let's see. We go to bonus water. Bonus damage is it's a type of buff, right? But we have like all these things. I would hazard to say that some of these pages are not fully updated, right? If you went to, I don't know, supplemental, maybe supplemental's updated. I don't know, but it's things like that. It's like checking whether these pages are updated with everything, because yes, these have to be updated manually. It looks like Eyster. Yeah, you can see it. Have a look here. Eyster is the one who does this. Eyster. Which also means that if Eyster is sick, or Eyster goes on a holiday, or if Eyster just doesn't want to do this anymore, then fucking no one's doing this, right? Does that make sense? So yeah, like, this is what I mean by like currently updating new info, and all of these sorts of pages hinges on like a small handful of people. So yeah, that's sort of what I'm talking about. Eyster. And the fortunate thing about these sorts of updates is, yes, they are sort of quote unquote grunt work, but they're also very easy to do, right? It doesn't require like you to be like, oh, how do I word this? How do I like do this? It's just type the character, where's it from, type what it is, like, and then that's it. Whereas like for me, like writing and things like that for guides, it's like I have to think about what I'm writing, I have to edit it, I have to make it look good, you know, things like that. But these pages are already done, so you don't have to worry about any of that, which is nice. You did test Octavia with Couture S1. It is side A. Awesome. Okay. I'm sure Game With actually already probably has that info too, by the way. For general sources, we go with Game With. Yeah, look at that. It's there. Support slot normal. Yeah, side A. Wait, what is that? Octavia first abilities follow up attack coexistence. Water, so why did it say X on? No, it is right. I must have been dreaming. Okay, anyways, yeah, I decided. Hello, Saito. Is there a guide on character progression? Like, what can be replaced by others I could have instead of going full credit card? Character progression. No, not really. What I suggest, Astro, is just testing all the characters you have. Right? You can use the tier list as a general sort of guide, but just know that the tier list obviously has limitations, like with any game. And some characters which are rated really high might not be very good for you, and vice versa. Some characters that are rated really low might actually be very good. So there's no like character progression system. Once you level them up, their characters are done. You're mostly looking at your grid, your equipment, your weapons in your grid. Those are the things you want to upgrade. And for that, I recommend Sierra's Academy. And if you're done with Sierra's Academy, then the next step is farming the Omega Rebirth raids, which we call M3s. In advanced grids, there's generally a table. Not usually, honestly, because we don't put them for individual setups, and that's what most people check. For Guild War, we have like tables and things like that for things to try, but yeah. Lulo's Fate episode, was it really funny? Her event was apparently really good. I never read it because it dropped at a time where I was really busy, but yeah, I heard her event where she was introduced was quite useful. Tier list doesn't help so much if there are thresholds in some raids at mid to end game content though. Yeah, that's why I said you can use it as a general guide. Like I'm not saying trust the tier list and follow it to like a religious doctrine. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, because you asked me about character progression, right? And character progression is like not really a thing outside of Eternals and Evokers. Is that what you were asking? Maybe that's what you were asking. But like, it's characters isn't like I have Randall, now I'm going to upgrade to Petra. Now I'm going to upgrade to Volfred. That's not a thing, if that's what you meant by character progression. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. But grid is where your progression is. The grid. Characters you swap around whenever you want. The grid. The grid is important. Do I have a Discord server? I do. You can find it. Is it in the YouTube description? It might not be. But it is. Hold up. Discord. Let me copy that over to YouTube. Is that Jing Liu on my cursor? It is. That is Jing Liu. A lot of people are used to building characters. Yes, exactly. I think that's where the disconnect or the schism comes from, right? Because in many games, it's like, oh, I have to invest into this character. But as you can see, this is how many characters we have in Granblue. You are using all of these. Or you should be trying all of them at least. Some of them will be sort of like, oh, I try them, they're sort of stinky. Or some of them you'll try and you'll be like, holy crap, they're very good. Right? That's what I recommend. Trying things. Once again, the main progression comes from your grid. Anyways, back to Octavia. So, right, we are now editing Octavia. We're adding this, and it's saying, hey, it doesn't stack with this. Now, in this case, I actually have to do another thing. Because Octavia is such a pivotal character, I have to actually add her to this list and maybe cut somebody because it's getting too big. But yeah. But either way. Bonus damage stacking. So I do that. While I'm here, I would go and edit the while I'm here, I will edit the bonus damage table itself. Thank you so much for the membership. I always forget what it's called on YouTube because I'm still new to YouTube streaming. It's called membership, right? I'm pretty sure it is. Thank you. Yeah, so in this case, I have to actually go edit this because we generally try to keep the table with a list of relevant things in the meta, right? I've forgotten to do this. So this is in echo table. So we go to template, echo table, template, echo table. And then if I go here, then this is the actual template that is making these, right? Making these things. So all I do is I go to the water section, water, skill A, water. And then here we add Octavia. Octavia 1. Well, Octavia, Cag, John, Lucio, Sochi, Tefnut. I think we might cut the Cag. It's getting too much. No, Cag is... Wait, let me see. So let's see. Who do we have? Octavia. So Octavia... Cag, Ars Nova. Yeah, it's only on skill 5. I'm removing Cag. Just because we don't want it to be too bloated either. And maybe it's fine. I don't know. No, you know what? I'll leave it. It's fine. It's fine. So who? She's a permanent character who gives echo. It's nice. Yeah, no, we'll leave everything. It's fine. It's not even that bad. But yeah, it's going through like this and making sure that all pages have things that don't automatically get updated. So save. So now we've added Octavia to this. So if I went to Cag's page and then we go into the bonus damage table, then it should say, once it updates the Octavia thing, it should say Octavia. There we go. Octavia Clockwork Logic. Oh, right there. Which weapon should be uncapped first, Octavia's or Ilsa's? both. If you don't have enough bars for everything, don't bar anything. Just go get your bars first. What was I up to? What was I up to? Hey DY, hello Vinny. How's it going? Octavia weapon is great for auto damage and auto primal, which is something you really should go for if you are auto primal. Yeah. Yeah. In this in the recent YouTube video, which I have to check the comments and things like that for, I tried to make it really clear that when I talk about the weapon, it is something that new players should not be focused on at all. What I've learned is that half investing into a grid is worse than just waiting and sticking with your magna grid. Yep. 100%. 100%. Like, take it from me, right? Take it from me. I swapped to Agni, right? In, was it 2024? December? Something like that, right? Which in the grand scheme of things is quite recent. When I switched, I was missing a couple things. At the time. At the time, I was missing a couple things because I was doing it like straight after Roulette or something like that, right? One of those things was like one Yule Katana, and I still don't have that Yule Katana, but at the time it was like I was missing like an Overrider or an LOF or things like that. And I cannot tell you how much grid building was, how much more awkward it was. Right, because some of these weapons are designed to be like, oh, you want 3 copies of these, and it's like, oh, it wasn't one overrider, but like it's like pretend you only have one overrider, and then it's like, oh, your grid becomes awkward. I mean, I'm literally having that problem with Wind as well, right? Because Wind I only have one Volfrid weapon, so like it's not even that using it might be better or worse than Magna. It's that the grid building itself becomes a lot more awkward, especially like look at Octavia's weapon, right? In the video yesterday, I showed like a couple like example grids using the weapon. But if we're talking about like where you get crits, then suddenly this weapon having crit is relevant for water grids. And if you don't have the crit, then you got to make up the crit somewhere else. And then like it's like, yes, you could do like old things, but then if you have like one weapon, then it's an awkward amount of crit because then you need to put in some other weapon that might need to make up the missing crit. You get what I'm trying to say, right? So yes, scuff setups are very awkward to do. Even if they might be better than Magna, it might cause you more headaches too. So just investing into Primal takes work. It takes effort. It takes time. RNG doesn't help. What sort of RNG? If I got 20 pulls that turned into 100 pulls, was that guaranteed? No. No, you got lucky. You got lucky, Vinny. Congratulations. The guarantee 100 is on March 19th, so you'll get another 100 there. So question, I have an alt account that has great characters, good weapons, but no account progression. My main has great progression, but literally only one decent team. Which one should I focus on? It's hard to say. It's up to you. Because you say great progression, I don't actually know what that means. Because honestly, if you had all the endgame stuff, you probably have more than one great team, to be honest. So yeah, I'm not sure Mintia. I don't know how long you've been playing the game for, but I think you sort of have to determine for yourself if you're happier with one account versus the other. And whether you're happy investing in time doing something you've already done. Some people won't like that. You might be okay with that. That's up to you. Would you recommend Horsefelga without Orologia, Vesusia, or Yatima? Many setups use those summons. I don't think you would have as much fun without it, but also I don't think I would recommend Horsefelga right now anyways because we have the Transcendence coming. I went Water Primal when I was just missing KOI because of this banner alone. After Spark, I'm spending 9 or more bars to finish it up. It's kind of nuts. Yep, Primal takes a lot of farming. Primal takes more farming than Magna, actually. Is not the same flash next flash do not have special rate ups. Should I pick Octavia with a Seer ticket? Absolutely not. Horrible decision. Don't do that. Next flash will have 2 new seasonals, just not Sparkable, right? No, incorrect. Next flash has no new characters, but it does have a guaranteed 100 pulls. Host a daily PBHL. Yes. Yes, good idea. Let me see. There's a couple other things here. Dude, either of these guys get anything? Guaranteed TA, yes. Okay, so Apollonia has to go to my page and Octavia has to go to my page. Okay, so where are we? 100% lockout optimization. Here we go. Strike time. List of characters that do not naturally attack. Water. Shura on Octavia here. Let's see. Octavia does not naturally do that. Requires, what is it? Clockwork something, I don't know. It requires clockwork actuation, I believe. Clockwork actuation. Octavia. Octavia requires clockwork actuation, Dunzo, and then triple attack. We have guaranteed TA on skill use on Octavia. Not Octavia, Apollonia. Earth. There we go. And then alphabetical order. Wait. LMNOP. Here we go. Apollonia. Did she get some or is it? She did. Okay. Even though it's the first Apollonia. Interesting. Apollonia. Earth. Apollonia S3. Self. 5T. There we go. Double check that it's fine. Apollonia, protectors this, game protectors that. There we go. Dunzo. Apollonia. Okay, I think that's my wiki stuff updated so far. Have you seen cool stuff with Octavia, the character, not the weapon? Yeah, like most for Svelga teams. S1 gives Echo and TA to the entire team, Mark, if you missed it. Is it worth using the pages to enhance for 5th uncap Ultima weapon mats? I think, personally, right, so on Fossil LG pages, firstly, in general, right, these things are, you buy as you want. Like, you can buy what you want, is what I'm trying to say. If you want more pots, you can do that. If you want rings and earrings, you can do that. Just note that there is a limited amount you get from each event, but each event you do get them. So there's that. These ones here, I feel like they are quite expensive for what they give, right? That's not to say that they're bad. It's more saying that you can farm many of these things, probably for less effort than you might imagine. So just keep that in mind, right? Because how many Fossilogia pages do we get per event? So like this costs 250. I think that might be more than one event even gives. And farming a 5th uncap is actually very easy. You get like 240. Okay, so it's like slightly more. 210 usually. Okay, so it is more than one event gives. So something like this, you can just leech far HL these days. So yes, they do exist. And like I said, I do recommend getting what you feel like you need. But many of these things, you can probably just leech. Like if I went to Subby now, speaking about that if I go subby, boop, 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 let's have a look. Right, this one is saying host is 10%, right? The main 10% is standby. Thank you for your firepower. Like, some of these raids, you can join and you can just sort of do as much damage as you can to help the raid out. Where's my subby setup? I don't know where it went. Did I get rid of it? Maybe I did. Oh, no, here. Yeah, like, this raid, I could literally just go in and then I can just full auto for a bit. And I'm essentially helping this guy out. So, like, there's a couple things like that. And sometimes you'll even see really low HP ones be posted. And you can join those. My music's too loud. Ultimate 5-star pack is kind of overpriced. Yeah. So yeah, the weapon ones I don't think I recommend because you can just farm them. How do you do that insta translate? I'm just on browser. I'm on browser, so I just right click the page. And if there's Japanese, then it's like translate. It's the right click menu. As a new player, is it worth sparking Octavia or someone else? Who else are you missing? Oh, first, wait, we're number one. Nobody should be sparking on day one unless if Roulette somehow gave you 300 pulls. And if it did, fuck you. And second, yeah, that's probably not the case. So don't spark on day one. Day two, I guess now, but yeah. But yeah, depends what you're missing. Although there's already that tier list for any ticket, would you suggest something different if it's a fresh account? Some of the characters in higher tiers feel like they're ideal with accounts with further progression. Would it be worth picking one of them? Or, I would say, if you're a new account and you're looking at my Anytics page, the things that you would probably ignore at the top is Bastet, the summon, this one, and you would probably ignore the water column. Any of the other characters are fine. Any of these other ones are all good. Even Ilsa's technically fine too. If you like Ilsa, Ilsa's good as well. It's not like Ilsa's bad. It's just that Ilsa's a bit restrictive. If you look at Ilsa, her kit, she buffs gun people, and there's not many gun things in the game. So she's just restrictive. So you might find that her potential is hampered a bit. Like if we look at the SSR gun characters, gun bow characters, this is literally the entire list there. It's not a lot, right? Meanwhile, we look at staff and it's a huge amount more, right? Sword, even more. Oh, actually, it's about the same, but you get the idea, right? There's not many gun or bow characters. There's literally 4 bow characters in the game. JJ, thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. So, from the anniversary ticket list, I would say if you're a new player, skip Busted because summons as a beginner is relatively less impactful than characters. And Ilsa, since she is a little bit more restrictive, I would suggest picking any of the other ones that grabs your attention, really. Can't really go wrong there. And generally it is sort of like ordered top to bottom, I guess. Atom would take a little bit longer to get online too on a baby account. But even just auto-activating this at the end of the turn is not bad. So yeah. As you can see, how Atom works is that when other people use a charge attack, then he gets Snake Flame's authority. And when that is level 10, then he does very, very powerful things. Like getting him to level 10 early on might be a little bit tricky. So I guess... Boop, 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 boop. Shalom's fine, I think. Boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah. Something like that. Fed your viewers, back to you. It wasn't Genshin or me. JJ played Genshin. Wait, really? I didn't know you were a Genshin fan. Sorry, Wuthering Waves. Oh, okay. Yeah, they're similar, so. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Boone. Hello, Fox. Welcome, guys. They hate bows. Bow is very, very rare in the game, yeah. Ilsa Doraemon. No, Doraemon's not a thing. Thank you so much for the raid. I saw you guys checking out some new gacha that I have no idea what it was. I didn't have a chance to check it. Was it fun? Omikins jealous of the big new gacha, don't mind her. He played all the open world action RPGs. Open world 7 Deadly Sins. Oh, is that what 7DS stands for? Thank you for the follow. Doraemon is not a thing. Yeah, Doraemon's not real, chat. I'm sorry. How do people deal with Exo Faded Chain 1? People say Grand Medusa. I don't have it. You can just guard tank, yeah. I just guarded. That's what I did. Vinny, thank you for the follow. It was truly a gacha of all time. I couldn't play Gremlin in the background because tabbing out stopped the game audio. Darkest timeline. I hate it when games do that. I hate it when games do that. And recently when I started my Steam playthrough on Granblue, it annoyed me that was a thing. And, you know, chat told me that, hey, you can't change that. I was like, wait a second, it's in the settings, chat. What are you talking about? And it's funny because when I was playing through the Steam, people noticed like that there were settings that they just didn't know that you had to change. So it's good that we can do that. And then one thing that was also annoying, which Granblue did too, right, is that they don't tend to do this these days, but it's one of those games where you can't change the audio settings until you're like into the game a bit. Granblue, sure, it's a 12-year-old game. I'll give it some slack, but I hate it when modern games, they come out and you can't change settings. Like, it's so annoying. I'll also give Granblue some slack because I'm biased, but anyways, that's besides the point. I only got that Super Baja because you had it there. TYVM. Yeah, exactly. Like, Super Baja is like relatively easy to join these days. Yeah, exactly. What Chris said about EXO, you don't have to cancel the first tournament. I was scared of Super Baja. Is it that easy to FA? It's very easy to FA it these days with other people. If you're trying to do it solo, it obviously requires a lot more. But assuming there is someone to do 10%, then you can sort of FA. You remember how when I joined that raid, it said that the host was doing 10%? That meant I didn't need to worry about anything. I just helped push to 10%. Doesn't matter if I die or not. The team is quite good. Obviously, my grid was good as well. But if you don't have the grid, you'll just do less damage. The main thing there is the team in that case. Like Europa, Hela is a bunch of defensive utility. And Gabriel's just generally a good character. So, yeah. And then having Falsehood Mana Diver means that we do a lot of damage for the turns that we are alive. The team is not meant to solo the raid entirely at all, but it helps kill the raid. Super Baja has been nerfed. It's been nerfed slightly, but the main thing is like general power amongst everybody is just stronger. And now see, I got Super Baja mats. Wow. Well, I got the shield! Holy... I've been missing this forever. Is that my last shield? I'm missing Kitten. And Anima Animus. Alright, time to go Anima Animus. What does it even do? So some classes can use a shield, and the shield gives like a very, very small, insignificant bonus to the class. But you can only farm them from raids, and they have a very low drop rate. So I've been doing Super Baja quite regularly since its release, since the shield release, and I hadn't got it, and we finally got one now. What's that? Yeah, like I said, it's just certain classes have a shield that they can equip, like Paladin. Paladin can equip a shield. Shield Sworn, funnily enough, can equip a shield. They don't do much, right? And it's not as impactful. Like Mana Diver's Mana Tura, this is very impactful. It changes how the class entirely works. But shields don't. They're like very small bonuses. It's like, oh, this one has 5% defense. This one has 5% attack. This one gives you 100. Like you can see, they're all sort of meaningless stats, so it doesn't matter. It's like weapon collection buffs, sort of. Paladin is funny because the class does get stronger the more shields you own, but it's like, again, not something that's super relevant. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What sort of gacha is the Seven Deadly Sins, by the way? Is it actually open world action, or is it something else? All my grids primal? Absolutely not. No. I have 3. I have 3 primal grids, wind being my main focus, water being my secondary focus, and then fire. That being said, I'm currently not up to date on all 3 of them, so that is annoying. Actually, am I up to date on fire? No, I'm missing Yul Katana. So yeah, I'm not up to date on all of them, so yeah, it's annoying. The battle music is like exactly the same. It's a Genshin. It's a Hoyo clone. Oh, okay. It's your basic open world gacha. Unfortunate. I noticed in Grammarly, many characters have levels to stack in their passives, and having the character get more powerful during the fight is cool. Yeah, many characters will have some sort of mechanic that either makes them stronger or they use it as a resource for their other skills, right? It can make sometimes things slightly harder to understand if you're not familiar with it, but yeah, that's good. That's good. It has unique character models. Not my favorite, but it's unique at least. Okay. I'm really burnt out on open world. I think there's only so many open world gachas you can play at one given time. That's what I think. I might be biased, but I feel like Gramlo has a ton of depth for being a turn-based RPG, which is part of why I think it's fun. Yeah, it is. It does. It does have a lot of depth. There's a lot of small things that like add together and interact with each other, which makes it really fun to oh, that certainly is unique. I see, Omikan. That interact together, which makes finding those interactions really cool. And like I've mentioned many times in the past, figuring out full autos or figuring out even manual teams is often a puzzle. A puzzle that you solve with your grid, your characters, and your summons. The raid will throw mechanics at you that you have to deal with in a certain way. Like, for example, the current Exo, right? The boss does a special attack on turn 1, which is not clearable usually. So you have 2 options here, essentially. One is tank it, and the second is figure out a way to actually cancel it. You can cancel it. You don't need to cancel it because it's designed for you to actually tank it. But if you don't want to deal with it, then you can actually go out of your way to cancel it with like something like Medusa and Shield Swan, which is a cool like way of solving the puzzle, right? Because Cygames didn't release this raid and be like, haha, people are just going to die to the entry raid and we're going to make it so that it's not fun for them. It's more like like I said, it's like a puzzle. You either tank it and figure out how to deal with what to do after you've tanked it, or it's figure out a roundabout way to actually cancel it. So yeah. So things like that I really like. He did not get a shield. I guess I'll do Kitten. Where's Kitten? You. Hello, Regul. Don't. What if I get a bar? You can get Fated Chain on the first turn. You actually get it on the second turn. So what you can do is you can use a character like Medusa. Like I said, it's a roundabout way. And it's not the only, it's not the only way to defeat the raid, right? It's if you really want to cancel the Fated Chain, you can use Medusa. And Medusa makes it so that the boss can't move for one turn. Then you use a class like Shield Swan. Shield Swan has a mechanic where if the boss has, where is it? Can only be used while an Omen is active. The Omen is active on turn 1. At the end of the turn, instant CA and 100% boost to Fated Chain bar. So essentially, you lock the boss, you click this because the Omen's active, boss doesn't move, Fated Chain is still there for turn 2, and now you've got Fated Chain bar. So there's like things like that that you can do if you really want to cancel that first Fated Chain. But with my team, I just found I just tank it. I just tanked it. It didn't really hurt me too much. But if you find that, hey, this is hurting my team too much, I'm dying, then and you have access to that, that's something you can try. Not gonna lie, I'm scared on direction after Academy's done. Yes. After Academy's done, the game sort of just throws you into the deep end. We'll have some wiki pages and stuff, and I'll release a video on that in the future. I just can't promise when either of those things are, is the main thing. Imagine what it was like before Academy. You don't want to. But at the very least, you have places where you can ask. Like here. Like here on Discord. I just copied Misako and it worked, yeah. I just did an Ogi setup with my Magna Grid. It just worked. Thank you for the follow. If I had to manually farm the first Omega raids with no grid, I would blow up. So how it used to go is you would complete the stories for the free weapons, and then for me, how it went is there was a raid called Twin Elements at the time. It's now no longer a raid, and it's just a solo quest. But that raid, that series, you could leech the weapons. You didn't have to do any damage, so I would just go in and leech those weapons. And the weapon grids at the time were Ancient Exarchs grids. So I would just leech that. And then with that fire grid that I leeched, I would then farm Wind M2. And with the Wind M2, then I would farm the other ones. And that's pretty much how it went. So yeah, if you look at my early fire grids, they're going to be some sort of nonsense like this, right? The 4 AESs. And this is what grids looked like at the time. And yeah, this weapon was completely leechable. So he would find a way. He would find a way. As a new player, it's kind of overwhelming to get all these new SSR characters. Is it fine to let them stay in my box, level 1, or should I regularly update my teams? I'm stage 3. Feel free to use characters that look interesting or fun to you, or just look cool. But no, you don't have to level everybody. You will eventually want to, just so you have options to swap them around. Like I said, GBF is sort of like this puzzle where you swap your characters in and out, depending on the situation, right? That's why at the start, I always say having a big character pool is really important. Because there'll be situations where you're like, oh, I really want to make a charge attack team. But like, if you might look at your characters and there's not many charge attack characters that you own. So like just having those options lets you have more potential solutions to the raid, right? Or the problem that you're facing. I always equate raids and teams to puzzles and solutions, riddles and answers, whatever you want to call it, right? The game presents a problem. You have to figure out your solution to that problem. And there are infinite possibilities of solutions that's available because there's so many characters, there's so many grid weapons, and each things interact with things differently. People will often find a quote-unquote optimal one, but it's also true that sometimes things that are very good go unnoticed as well because people don't test it. That's happened multiple times in the past, actually. So yeah, I think that's the really cool thing. How do I go about forging the class weapons? So are you on the stage where you have to unlock row 4 classes? And if so, have you done Home Sweet Moon? The whole light meta was, and only is, a thing because Ihino is probably the most insane cook in this game. Yeah. Can you give an example of things that go unnoticed? Well, K-Team just gave one. There's one there. Mjolnir was in the game for forever, by the way. That's another thing. There's like a lot of examples. You know, coming out with that LO Sieg FA frame 1 is still so crazy to me. I haven't watched it because I refuse to watch things with Cassius. The whole wind meta was only... Okay, alright, hold up. So, yes, like RF only happened because people tested it. Right? Do you guys know how much RF is used now for wind, right? Rising Force. Before Rising Force, it was just Chrysor. And when when RF was first starting to be introduced, there was a Japanese player who was testing it, and people saw them testing it. Right? People saw this person testing it, but everyone dismissed it. Everyone said, hey, no, that sucks. Chrysor's way better. Right? Eventually, this setup made its way to me. And I was like, this looks like it has potential. Let me try it. And it turned out it was way better. Like, it wasn't even close. It was way, 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 way better. And then I released a video on it. I was like, hey, here's how to do it. Here's how it works. You know what the first thing that happened when I released that thing was? I had like so many people say, no, you're just wrong. It's bad. It was literally, hey, you're wrong. It's bad. You have no idea what you're talking about. I was actually ridiculed and I was just dismissed. It was like, it's the feeling that maybe a conspiracy like theorist like has. It's like being like, hey, this is, you know, things like that. Because like at the time, Chrysor was so ingrained in Wind's meta and it was considered to be so strong that it was unimaginable that something else could be better. And then yeah, it was. And it was. Slowly, eventually, people tried it. And once you try it, it's like, oh fuck, it actually works. It's good. My stream is so smart. No, I didn't. Once again, I didn't come up with the setup. I was definitely in charge of popularizing the setup. Right? Yes, and I will claim Summer Eustace being moved up the tier list. I will claim that. But I also wasn't in charge of innovating and improving the setup, right? To be fair, I didn't have Mirren. I had to 3% Spark Mirren. So to be fair, I didn't have the tools for the best team. But yeah, like it was clearly good and it clearly had potential. And the fact that people saw it and refused to try it says a lot, right? It says a lot about our preconceived notions and what we consider good. It was just a new archetype that we didn't know of at the time, and we didn't know how powerful it could be. But now we know how powerful RF is, which is why when new RF tools come out, we're like, oh shit, this might be good. Let me try that, right? Immediately. We don't even, it's not like, oh, RF is a class that sucks now. What are we talking about? We're talking about like GBF meta and how everything's like a puzzle that we have to solve. And sometimes we don't notice the best things because either people don't test it or nobody has thought of it yet. And we're talking about things that have gone unnoticed for a long time that have been there forever, but it only becomes popular once someone finds out. And oftentimes when it's found out, it's often met with a bit of resistance because people don't think or bother to try it. People's ego. No, I don't think it's an ego thing. I mean, partially I'm sure it's an ego thing, but I don't think it's an ego thing. Sometimes you might just dismiss an idea because you theory craft it quickly in your head. And you're like, oh, nah, that seems like it'd be bad. Like, for example, when I'm making grids or something, I don't have time to test every single grid, like, combination, right? Which means that I have to make assumptions. Like, for example, it's like, I'm not going to test whether a Lumi sword is better than my Lumi gun here. Because the Lumi sword, I know from its stats alone, is less damaging stats than the gun. So that's like a thing I don't test, but it's something I assume. Obviously, this assumption is probably right in this case. But there are much more complicated weapons and weapon skills that you can't just quickly like calculate, especially when things like monster defense and other attack buffs and things change how much damage you do, right? So yeah. Just make Reverie test the bad setups. It wasn't a very long time, but my bad on Freezy interaction. Yes, like things like Freezy interaction, that stuff only happens because people test. And I would also say nobody would think to test Freezy if we didn't have Call to Quit as well in Vesusia. So I think Cygames is actually encouraging us to test a bunch of different things too. I didn't say bad. DY said bad. What? Anyways, what are those light damage / echo? So I have a bunch of sources of echo, and I have a Vesusia weapon in my grid, which is the blue damage you see. So the blue damage is from Vesusia's weapon, which is currently the endgame raid to farm. I originally found Freezy from actually testing or in Hexa. Okay, yeah, that's nuts. Yeah, exactly. But people need to test that, right? And oftentimes it's hard to justify testing when something works as well, is the other thing. Yeah, but denying video evidence is pretty extreme. Well, the thing about video evidence in Rambler is that ping is a thing too. Ping is a thing, and I'm not a HL like racer, right? I don't race in HL to the degree that some people do. So I released a video that compared to other people's gameplay looked slow. And it was. It is, the way I do play is slow. So that's their impression. Since I knew she absorbed failed jinxes, I tested her. I believe in the theory of testing stuff, even if you think it's going to be dumb, bad, or not work. Yeah, I agree. I do that often. I do that very often. And most of the time, right, you find it doesn't work. It's true. Most of the time you find that it doesn't work. But those couple times where it works and it's amazing is really, really satisfying. Except when Mercy related. Yes, I agree. I refuse to buy Mercy for that reason. I hope Cygames helps me keep my agenda. Yes, what Ormikin said, finding out things don't work is how you understand your characters more. Do the elements have any major differences in how they play? From what I've seen, Mortar does multi-attack the most. No, everybody multi-attacks equally. I would say the only real big difference is... I don't know, major differences are hard to say because, for example, like the meta characters in Light are different than the meta characters in Water, which is different than every other element, right? So like, since those characters do different things, your basic gameplay loop might be different. But at the end of the day, a meta burst team for all elements is a normal attack team. Most most HL grids in Vesusia, things like that, are going to be charge attack based. Or include charge attack in them somehow. There are obviously some differences here, but like generalizing a lot, the main differences come from what characters you use, because each character is unique. And yes, Illustrious does shape each element a little differently too. Like Hrisvelga brings about a very different puzzle compared to every other grid, right? As an example. Any chance we get an auction in the near future? I would like to, I don't know when. I also want to do a confession again. I don't think we knew the Ray S4 interaction this whole time, yeah. Imagine if Transcendence makes Blazing Mistral amazing. Is that Echo's alt account? Are weapon duplicates always used for uncapping? Gacha weapons, leave them separate, but farmable weapons, things that you get from raids, yes, you use multiple copies. So, like, I got multiple copies of this thing, this fist, then I would be using duplicates of this weapon to uncap it. This is a farmable weapon, something you can farm, so it's okay doing this. But the gacha weapons, things that you get from pulling from the gacha, do not combine them, right? These are from the gacha, I don't combine them. Leave them separate. If NA is for burst and C is for hit shell, does skill damage have any use? Well, that's the thing. Skill damage is a part of both setups. You don't really make a quote-unquote skill damage team. You make a skill damage is complementary to normal attack and skill damage is complementary to charge attack. You'll find a lot of the really good normal attack or a lot of the really good charge attack characters auto-activate skills. They have some way to auto-activate skills or do skill damage in what they do. Right? Like, look at this character, Sanshida. She is a charge attack character. But what does she also do? Whenever she Ogies, so whenever she charge attacks, she ends the cooldown for Start with the Horse, which is this skill. So every time she Ogies, she can click more skills. So she's inherently doing more skill damage. Right? On her charge attack, she does 12 hit bonus fire damage to random foes. That is also skill damage. So whenever she charge attacks, she does a lot of skill damage and she gets to click her skill twice. So skill damage is complementary to CA and normal attack playstyles. Does PNS need uncap? No. If you guys need to ask whether a gacha weapon needs an uncap, the answer is no. Do not uncap any of your gacha weapons. If you're at a point where you're asking that question, you should not be doing it. Gacha weapons are for primal or Optimus grids. They're not something that new players should be concerning themselves with at all. Do not uncap any of your gacha weapons. It is a mistake if you do. Are there cases where a gacha weapon is worth barring for magna grids? Or should barring gacha weapons be avoided entirely? That is something you can consider when you're further into the game. I'm not going to answer that question because me answering that question right now might make people think that it's okay to do as a new player. It is not okay to do as a new player. So I will abstain from answering that. Once you are more familiar with the game, you will understand that some weapons are okay. But that is not something anybody here should be concerning themselves with at the moment. What element for exo weapon on the selector banner? I think the fire dagger is quite good. I think the fire dagger is quite good, but at the end of the day, if you have, let's say, a weak water team and you want to make your... Actually, not water, sorry. Because water's currently you can farm. But let's say you have a weak earth team and you want to improve your earth, then picking the earth one is fine too. My first gacha uncapped was that when I was doing my fire solo, I see. Let's not share that chat because I think we have too many new players here and I don't want them thinking that it's okay barring gacha weapons at their point, at their stage in the game. If you plan to invest into water, is 2 copies worth grabbing? When you say invest into water, if you're planning, what does that mean? Like, are you a new player? Sorry, I need to ask this because I need to know who's a new player and who's not. Because if you've started the game recently, this is not something you should be concerning yourself with at all. Damage cap max is 20. Can I go over that 20? You can. You can. There is a stat called damage cap special, which does the exact same thing as damage cap. And that lets you go another 20 if you want. And then the other thing is damage cap can also convert into damage cap penetration, which you can think of as like a mini damage cap. There are also other ways to increase your damage that is not through damage cap. I recommend going to advanced grids on the wiki and then reading the section that I wrote. Advanced grids on the sidebar, click common grid components and then general damage increases. You can read here how to increase your damage and common sources of weapons that give these like general damage increases. So these are sections that you should read if you're curious on this. Do I need Exo Fire weapon if I have Feeney's weapon uncapped? It's less of an issue. Generally, you can just use Feeney's weapon if you have it. Exo Dagger is situationally better though. Which might be funny to hear, but it actually is. So, but I would say it's lower priority. If you're missing some of the other ones, I would get those first. Out of the other ones missing, I don't think there was a clear standout. They're all just Exo weapons at that point. Where is it? Okay, get anything but the wind bow, because bow sucks. Not because the bow itself is bad, but because there's not enough bow classes. I would honestly get the dark staff at that point, I'm pretty sure. At least it goes on Mana Diver. I'm assuming you have Mana Diver, but yeah. That's what I would do. When I first started, I Sunstoned the summon because I thought the aura would help me do more damage. Yeah, nah. Don't use Sunstones. On and off, I have almost the full Primal Water Grid, just grabbing everything before my Great Investment. I see. Okay. In that case, yeah. Like, if it sounds like Varuna is in the very near future, 2 copies of this is what you need. There's no, Resi, K-Team, if you guys are still here. 3 is a meme, right? Someone yesterday said they got 3, and I was like, that sounds bad. I'm pretty sure there's absolutely no reason for more than 2. You can see a future. I have 3, but it's for very specific reasons. Okay. I think 3 might have a chance with Guild War buffs, but right now I think we have way too low roll. Yeah, okay, so 2. Basically, if you do get a 3rd one, keep it separate, I guess, is what we're saying. An advice I would give to people post Sierras would be to leave all gacha weapons in the crate. And then go through farmable weapons and Vesky's. What to farm grid from top to bottom. Yep, you can do that. We also have pretty much a very similar list on advanced grids, just formatted slightly differently. We have the weapons that you'll be wanting to farm, right, over here. And then also descriptions of said weapons with how many copies you want of each. So you can do that as well. Why not Earth Spear for Elo? You can do that. I don't know, honestly, if you're at the point where you've got Elo, I would hope that you sort of understand what each weapon does. So in terms of weapons and summons, on my journey right now to get main story quest 54, so many side stories. Should I work on those, or is it a waste of time? You want to work on Sierras. Unfortunately, I don't know why Sierras put so many side stories all at once. It is a bit annoying. But Sierras is what you want to focus on. Not a waste of time. It's not a waste of time at the end of the day. It is just annoying that they put so many back to back. I have all the fundamentals except Bright Keeper. Yeah, you can anniversary ticket one of them at least. If I have the choice between 2nd Octavia, 1st Sylvia, 2 Sylvia, 1 Octavia, 2 Octavia is better, yep. Different playstyles, yeah. Different playstyles, but... I would take the 2nd Octavia. But that's because I care about normal attack stuff more. You barely lived through that, it's fine. Clarice gives us auto revive. So even if we die, we're good. My Varuna's only 210, is that okay? You'll have to do the crit calculations yourself. You can find on the wiki, on advanced grids, you can find a weapon skill calculator. Yeah, weapon skill calculator. You can also find it on the weapon skills page. The main concern with a lower uncap of Varuna is your crit. So search the weapons, like there'll be weapons that have Spearhead as like the new one. And you can see that this is 3% crit, right? Add up the crit in your grid. Use the calculator. Let's say your grid crit is 25. You have Optimus, and then you have, let's say, 60% Exalto, 170%... wait, what is Varuna 110? I actually don't know. Varuna 110 is, in this case... or 210 is... it's 150. So it's 150 aura. Right, so you go 150, 170 aura. And you say, oh, okay, 25 grid crit is enough for this. But the moment it's like, I don't know, there'll be some breakpoints. It's like some weapons might give you 20 and then it's like 96. Whereas if you're on 170, then that's 100. You see what I mean? So these are the things you have to consider for an element that is reliant on crits like water. If I plan on getting Hrisvelga into Octavia, should I try to get 2 brides? You can't get 2 brides right now, but you should definitely get one of them now, I think.
For 23 months.
Adelimo, thank you for the 23 months. Can the Omega weapons from the basic grid be discarded as I progress through to advanced grids? I'm running out of space. I'm not really using them anymore. What I suggest, Lucas, is buying a stash and putting them in the stash. So, under menu... it sounds like you're at the point where you should be buying a stash. So menu, shop, crystals, yes, I know it hurts. But in the crystal shop, you can buy a weapon stash. Don't buy the inventory slots, buy the weapon stashes. It's much more efficient. So buy one of these and then put any weapons that you're not using in that stash. As you progress through the game, you'll be buying a fair few more stashes, and then you'll be chucking weapons that you don't want filling up your inventory in with them. So like in my uncapped tab, this one here, I just have weapons that I don't use anymore, but I don't want to delete because maybe I'll need them in the future. But these are weapons I'm not actively using, but they're all uncapped, as you can see. Other way around, no. No. Stash is way better than inventory slots. Wait, how come you have 10? Because when you buy a summon stash, you can change it to be a weapon stash as well. It doesn't tell you here. It was a quality of life feature they released like last year. So by buying more summon stashes, you can convert it to be a weapon stash. So yeah. 500 crystals for 400 slots is worse than 100 crystals for 100 slots. Where on earth do you get 100 slots? It says 10. What do you mean? 10? It's like infinitely less efficient. The math is not mathing. Math is math. Hi, what's your last stream theory crafting? I wanted to ask if second Bride Keeper is still worth the anti ticket. My other choice is Vampy, and I plan on going Primal Wind. If I was a water player and water was my main element, I would not be giving up second Bride Keeper. That is my personal take here. Since we have Rezi here, maybe they can give some feedback, but I think Rezi would agree. This mostly comes down to how much you want to optimize your water versus how much you care about improving your wind. But at the end of the day, if water was my main element, I don't think I would give up second Bride Keeper if I have the opportunity to anti-ticket it. Can I ask what the odious raids are even useful for? They give you new weapons and new ways to play the game. Chat, once again, Granblue is a game where the raid presents you with problems and you come up with a solution. Part of that solution is characters, part of that solution is weapons. Having more weapons means you have more potential solutions to said problem. The weapons don't need to be a strict upgrade. Sometimes they are, right? Like M3 weapons are a strict upgrade over M1 weapons. In the case of Odious, they're not. They're alternatives. So when you want a team that can use those skills that Odious weapons give effectively, then you're going to want the Odious weapons. So is it something that you should go out of your way to farm for at some point? I personally think so, yeah. Is it something you should give up farming M3s for immediately? No, I think M3s are still higher priority. But if you're done farming M3s and you've got started on your revans and you've got a fair amount of them, then I don't see why not to come back and farm for Odious. Put it this way, I'm Wind Primal, I'm still farming Wind Odious. Almost every optimal setup will not be possible with one Bride Keeper, so it comes down to your priorities, yeah. Pretty much what Rosie said. There you go. My problem right now is Fated Chain turn 1. You can guard turn 1. You can, if you have a strong enough grid, you can just tank it too. You don't need to cancel that faded chain. What do you think a Mana Diver team would look like in Guild War? What's this for? Full auto? I think full auto entirely depends on what the raid does. Can't wait to spark Octavia. I'm glad when grand characters are good like this. It's always disappointing when a grand character comes in and they're just like sort of okay. I'm happy that she got a good weapon and she's good. Like, because I think the last couple grands we've got are like all sort of, they're fine. But they're not like anything super special a lot of the time. Like, let's have a quick look. Grand, where are we? Grand. Volfrid, good. Good, but not super duper special. I think Volfrid's actually very good for new players, and I think he was actually placed strategically here for that reason. White Knight, okay. Baja's good, right? Another good character. Mitera's sort of in Volfrid tier. Sylvia's good. Sario's good, but he's also very restrictive, right? He's good, but restrictive. Sieg is like, once again, Sieg falls into the, hey, it's nice tier, like Volfrid and stuff. He's fine, he's just slow for optimized teams. And then Basara, I think, is also, I know people don't like Basara, but Basara is also sort of in Mitera Volfrid tier, where he's like, he's fine for like these newer accounts, shorter fights and things like that. Horse is great, not a grand, but yeah. But yeah, it's been a while since we got a grand where it's like, okay, they're good, right? They're just good. Even Orologia was met with a bit of resistance. Yatima was like another, hey, it's good. But I would say not on the tier of Octavia. When's like the last time I was like, oh, this character's nutso. Gabriel. I mean, to be fair, when Gabriel came out, people still thought Mikael was better. So Zeta. Zeta might be the last one where it's like, oh, this character's actually very, very, very good. Sariel's nutso. I don't know why you're downplaying him. Sariel is nutso. But it's also an undeniable fact that he sort of falls off after turn 1. I mean, not after turn 1, but after a short amount of the fight. I mean, is that not the same with someone like Volfrid, though? Sariel's nutso for 1 turn. That's different than being nutso like all the time. Yeah, Sariel's extremely good for optimized burst, but that's not our context here. That's not what we're talking about. What page is this on the wiki? Yeah. Zeta was kind of nuts, yeah. I wish Basara was as good as Vajra, yeah. So yeah, grand characters tend to be like a bit of a mixed bag where they're quite strong, very strong, or they're decent. And we've just had a couple of decent characters for a while. And this is like a quite strong one, so it's exciting. I like it. Are we including weapons? No. Which is why I said characters. Isn't Baja correct? Yeah. Which is why I said Baja's quite good too. Are you guys just ignoring everything I says? Hello? Hello, thank you for your guides. They've helped a lot. Thank you for watching them. Time out someone, Maki. I only listen to the things I like, yeah. I only point out the things I disagree with. Of course, of course. Of course, of course. Alright, chat. Here's the order of operations. Here's the order of operations. I sort of want to reply to some. I sort of want to go to this and then reply smiley face, but I think that'd be too toxic, so we're not going to do that. Instead, we're going to go to YouTube and we're going to look through comments, and we're going to go through some comments. Oh my god, there's so many. Do it. No, and then after that, we gamble on the banner. I'm holding you guys hostage. After this, we gamble on the banner. The wait for the 19th is going to kill me. Yeah, it sucks. I hate waiting, chat. Do you guys hate waiting too? I hate waiting. Octavia's so OP, it makes me mad when I look at Basara. You know, chat, I've seen a fair amount of people be quote-unquote mad that Octavia's good because it makes their characters feel worse. And every element has had good releases. Like, I don't know what to say. I think people just forget what good releases they had. I literally made a list earlier. Fire has had... Where is my list? One sec. Fire's had Atom Sanchida Wamdis. Earth has had Baija Rhine Shalom. Shalom Rebalance counts, by the way. Wind has had Lamarak Bastek Galleon. Light has had Vajra Vicky Horus. Right? And Dark has had Kotoro Saria Wamdis Zeta. So, like, every element has had good shit. Not all of them are Garans. Some of them are permanent even, and some of them are seasonal. So, yeah, I don't know. People like to cherry pick a lot. People love to cherry pick and be like, hey, there's been nothing good for my element for so long, but yeah. Tell him, buff my bassa. So there's that. All right, next. Multiple grand copies of Grand Octavia, bro. I'll be lucky if I can get a single raid up. Best of luck. As a new player, the most important take I got this is that Jita can become Rambo in the future. I mean, that's true, actually. Notice how Dirt is all Ogi based. It's so over. Do I need to include Helden onto that list? Are we just ignoring Helden? Second best Grand in the game now, and only because of Octavia Grand. As much as I really wanted to spark next banner for Sylvia, I'm so glad Eustace was the first Fire character and that he synergizes well with Ogi Fire, because he's one of my favorites in the society. Nice. Thank you for making the list. Thank you. I'm a Fire Seer guy that missed Sanchida. Happy to have another option. Probably want Sanchida too, I'll be honest. Thank you for the in-depth video. Higurashi owners with their mouths absolutely filled to the brim. Is that true? Echo, is this you? Home screen art power creep is real. She can become John Wick too, yeah. What? Is that you? Summer Black Knight seems a really good unit to pair with Jamil. I can actually see it. I can see it. Right? Wait, hold up. Hold up. Are they cooking? Are they cooking, chat? Jamil? Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. At the end of the turn, if Jamil didn't take damage, activate exclusion. Hold, and he gets assassin every time. Hold up. Wait a second. This is good take. Chat, see, this is what I mean. See what I mean when we say we come up with things like this? We have not Octavia, Apollonia, who permanently substitutes for the character in the next position, meaning that she takes the damage instead of Jamil, which means Jamil's passive, which was previously really hard to activate, now can activate consistently. Hold up. Hold up. This sounds good. Hold up, this sounds good. Like, sounds fine, right? Octavia, why do I keep saying Octavia? Apollonia does like dispels. This character does like debuffs. Hold up, hold up. It might be cooking. Someone has both. Give it a try. See how it goes. Sounds fun to me. Octavia's on the brain, yeah, pretty much. All right, next. Happy 12th anniversary, Hersvelga Gamers. Octavia's amazing. Octavia Water, I don't know what that says. Is a very good option. Yes. Who's better, Sylvia or Octavia for UNF? Loaded question. I'm not going to answer that. Hey, I have a question. Which one should I spark between Gabriel and Cosmos? I'm hesitating. Thank you. I recommend waiting for the last day to spark. Last day of the banner to spark. But I think both are great options. You can choose whichever you like more or the element you want. Can you smiley face the Twitter comment already? You can hold roulette. No. You can hold as in, yeah, okay, thank God other people have done it. Since I don't, chat by the way, for people who are like answering questions like this, thank you. It saves me so much time. Since I don't see myself pursuing Hersvelga, she doesn't mean much. I think she's good outside of Hersvelga. Chat, the fact that this skill having like 100% uptime is nuts. Can we just talk about that? Because it resets itself every 500 hits, you will do 500 hits in 5 turns in optimized teams. Like, this is gonna have 100% uptime. This character is not Hersvelga locked. There's Ilsa too. Well, Ilsa's a Hersvelga team thing, but if you're using Gabriel Europa, this still works. Like, this is not a 12-turn cooldown skill. This is this is like a, you get to use it every couple turns and you will never lose the uptime. 100% uptime on S1, very high uptime on S3. Sort of nuts, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this Octavia unit definitely isn't locked to Hersvelga. Those setups though. It is just good in general. She just happens to be a gun character. That's really what it is, right? She just happens to be a gun character, so she fits well into that team. This is very tempting. This banner is very good. Wait, Salt. I don't heart Salt, sorry. Wish Eustace's second passive was activate S1 instead. Maybe change S1 to balance it. It doesn't loop. I have to test them. Yeah, I don't know. New play here. Should I pull on this or wait until Legend Gala? Technically you should be able to do both, but you guys made a video for Grands. I don't think I made a video for Grands. I've made a tier list for Grands, but yeah. I think both this banner and Legend Gala Part 1. I think this banner and Flash Part 2 and Legend Gala, Legend Part 1 are all great to spark on as a new player. If you play enough, you should be able to spark both Flash Part 2 and Legend Part 1 with all the crystals, new players. With all the crystals / tickets new players have available to them. But you will need to play the game a fair bit. This dude hates the Oxford comma. Is that where it goes? I never learnt the Oxford comma in school, so I never did it. It's only something I really learnt on while editing Wiki. Hi D-Boy, I love your channel. Are all summons on grid apart from... Are they only just for stats? Later on they are for other things than just stats. some summons have what we call sub-auras, and sub-auras activate when they're in those other slots. Can't doom them for missing Vesusia. Depends on what setups you want to do. I've been living for 3 months without Vesusia. I'm okay. But I think it's possible to spark both banners and Bride banner as a new player, probably. You have a lot of pulls as a new player. Like side stories alone is like a full spark. So that's -1 there. Skipping through all the story, or not skipping, but doing all the story and whatever, gives you a whole bunch of crystals, and essentially between Legend Part 1 and Flash Part 2, you only need probably like 300-ish, 300 and we'll say 50 pulls, right? And you can definitely get that. So yeah. It's almost 2 sparks in sides. It's 540. There you go. Yeah, you have way more than enough. Is it... If I grind it enough, is it possible? Yes. Don't forget, you also... Yes, you can. Is this where I should spend all my crystals if I just want more SSRs? I would say wait for free draws, yeah. But it comes with 200 draws. Next Legend. 200's not correct. Yeah, they were wrong with that. I want Sandy. Can I pull? And do I have to spar for him? Isn't Sandy Legend, chat? Is Sandy Legend? There's 50 pulls in Premium Friday, yeah. You can get Sandy. You can spark Sandy on Legend. Legend Galas. We would aim for Legend Part 1 with the Roulette discount. Or go for Legend Part 2, which has new summer characters, but no Roulette discount. End of month. Reply. Oh, I guess they could have been talking about Earth Sandy. That's true. That is true. I did forget about Earth Sandy, but let's be real. We should be recommending Light Sandy. Unless they really like Evil Sandy, which I can't blame them, to be honest. Water and Wind basically swap their Luminary Knights. Also, another great character with a great weapon on Water Grand. Chat, I think there will only ever be one Luminary Knight for each element. Because I don't think we'll get Violet Knight playable. Thoughts? Thoughts? Alright, we're caught up there. Mons time. And then we do free pulls, chat. I regret stoning Bubs. I got like 4 copies after stoning him last skill ball. Krieger. Sorry to hear that. Mortar GW. That's all that matters. Maybe they can go back to main story quests, Grand, and Dari Dara gets Purple Knight unit. Maybe. Yeah. When can I use these? So those pull from the current banner with current banner rates as far as I know. So basically, save them for banners, but they don't add to your pity. So basically save them for banners where you want characters that rate up, but where you don't want to commit a spark. Filcus Grand Earth. I think Filcus will be Earth, sorry. Why is Summers always still a Grand? They don't remove Grand status from characters. Clockwork Fluctuation. Pedalo in chat right now. I bet that's Pedalo. Deleted. If I plan to go primal on water, is it a good idea to double spark both this flash and phase 2 to get Octavia and Sylvia? I always have to check which man is which. There's some of these newer grands. If I plan to go primal on water, is it a good idea to double spark on flash part 1 and part 2? Yeah, it can be. It can be. Octavia rate up gives you a decent chance at getting multiple of her weapon and taking the discount spark on Sylvia on flash part 2. Love your channel. I'm trying to get back into the game. This roulette. I hope you enjoy. A Bride Keeper's just for Varuna grids. I happen to have a couple copies. I'm still Magna. I don't know if I should bother. I wouldn't bother. I wouldn't bother yet. What will the raid up characters be on Flash Part 2? There is no specific raid up, but all grand characters will be slightly higher odds. There are no new characters on Flash Part 2. How would one go about contributing to the wiki? I don't think there's a section on the Discord that shows what needs to be worked on. I'd love to learn and help maintain the awesome resources since it has saved my life so many times. We do have the to-do channel, I guess. It's hard to answer since I think many things that the wiki needs naturally isn't announced per se, but instead people just naturally start working on them and eventually they are added to main space, etc. What I will say though is that many things that can be considered grunt work definitely needs help. Things like making sure all the characters that have bonus damage are listed on the bonus damage page. Things like that. Making sure that... Is there a reason that editor discussions are locked? Editor discussions. Oh, like the editor's channel? I think it's because that one is just verified roles or something. Some of the status pages I know need a fair amount of work, but it's a big undertaking, so... Why is Medusa in the same tier as Lich, Lubo, Baija, Shalem, Sidala, Ryan, Olivia? What? What is this even talking about? Oliver? Game with? I don't know. Why are you asking me? Why the fuck are you asking me? Take it to game with. No 9.9 wins either. Yeah. If Primal, how many Octavia weapons should we slot in? 2. If you get a third copy, I wouldn't combine them. You probably should put that on advanced grids. Good morning. Hello. Good morning. Yverus. It's a Yverus. Yverus isn't playing water. Explain. Let me get... Speaking of water, let me get some water real fast. I'm back. Is the Steam version recommended over the browser version? Steam version is much easier to log in, and then the Steam version also has better what we call ping for menuing, so it's more smoother to play. That being said, Steam does have some limitations at the moment, which is that there are some collab things that don't appear in side stories because of licensing issues. Ultimately, I personally think if you are making a new account, unless you are planning to reroll, I think Steam is better. And I don't think rerolling is necessary. That's my take. Because Steam version doesn't even mean you have to play on Steam. You can play on browser still. Oh yeah, okay. I think Steam is slightly more expensive to buy GBF coins, depending on your conversion rate. There is that, I guess, but it's also much easier to top up coins, especially if you don't use things like PayPal. Yeah, it's fairly easier to top up on Steam depending on your country, exactly, as well. GBF coins is more expensive on Steam because it's based on USD. Yes, depending on your conversion rate, it might be more expensive. However, I do think that people are generally over-exaggerating how much more expensive it is. Yeah, at the current time, right? At the current time, buying on browser is cheaper because of the yen being relatively weak. But if the yen gains strength in the future, or if USD becomes weaker, then Steam is going to be better as well. So global economy also matters here too. Yeah, I think it's an insignificant difference, exactly. Basically, what I'm saying is that for gameplay, I think Steam is better. The only thing to consider is that there are some side stories which are like event archives which aren't available that are collab things. It's cheaper on Steam here in Brazil. Yeah, exactly. Right. I can see that, right? Depending on your currency. Oh, wait. No, but Steam uses USD, right? Actually, I don't know. But either way, the other thing to know is that people forget that PayPal also takes a cut. So when I pay with PayPal on mobile coins, it's not I type in 3,000 yen. Right. 3,000 yen to AUD. It isn't just, oh, whenever I pay 3,000 yen, I'm paying 26.6 Australian dollars. That's just not how it works, right? Because PayPal takes a cut. So it's not. I think too many people are also doing that, where they're like, oh, I just check on Google what's the conversion rate. Oh, it's 3,000 yen, which is 22 USD or whatever. What is it? Let me check. 18 USD, and it's like, oh, I'm not paying 18 USD on Steam, therefore it's scamming me. That's just not how it works, because yeah, there's a middleman somewhere. It uses it, but Brazil Steam uses a different conversion rate. Oh, interesting. Okay, all right. So yeah, it seems like depending on your conversion, it's actually cheaper as well. So doesn't Steam also have regional pricing? I mean, the Brazil thing sounds like there's at least some different thing going on, right? The numbers on Steam are kind of bleak. 2K all-time peak is kind of sad. I don't think Steam chart is something you should consider. There's clearly enough people playing the game for it to run 12 years and also to have 4 in real life in-person events in Japan consistently. Like if you're worried about player base, that should not be your concern, is what I'm trying to say. Talking about new player income. Let's see. Steam players can also use standard browser, which doesn't show on Steam chart. Yeah, to be fair, I don't think many of them will be. The game never actually tells you that either, right? I'm a Steam player, only use browser. Oh, okay, well, I guess there are. I do think the majority of people won't know that you can actually use browser. Zero clicks, 39 million damage, guaranteed TA crit, ultimate destruction divine. 3 Yachima, yeah. Steam Client doesn't have a bug report feature, but Steam site does. That's so funny. All right, chat, we're doing roulette. Chat, do I start off with my Steam baby? Do I start off with my main? Which one? Which one do we start with? Main. We do main. All right, we'll do main. Steam baby got fucked yesterday, actually. Right. Steam baby did not get lucky. By the way, I logged into my alt as well because I was curious. And my alt, look at this shit. Hold up. Look at this shit. This is my alt that I use for new player explanations, right? Look at this nonsense. Look at that. 90. What happened? You might ask. It got Gachapin Frenzy. It pulled 80 times on Gachapin without getting a single SSR. So it got 80 discount. And then after 80 pulls, it also got fucking Muku. I didn't even know that was possible, that you could get Muku. Isn't that good? This is really good because you get a heavily discounted spark. Yes, your spark will have low SSR rate, but at the end of the day, you get a big discounted spark. So like, this is nuts. So it got 80 break into 10 break extend. I could not believe it. What's Muku? Muku's break extension, sorry. Muku's the old name for the break extend. Alright, we'll do main. Alright. Idealist. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Me sharing my gacha results wasn't not an invitation for you guys to share yours, chat. Reminder of the rules here. Alright, next, here we go. Click. 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 I really need this roulette to come through. This banner's roulette, we need it to come through, chat. Click. Not bad. We take those. We take those. We take 30 plus 10. We take those. We take those. We take those. 30 plus 10. We take those. Dun dun dun. All right. We start chat with our daily 90 and click. I didn't see any special animation, so I don't believe in it. I will take the wind cage. We take the wind cage, it's fine. All right, here we go. 40 draws. Click. Where's the ship? Where's the Grand Cypher, man? Oh, there's our Lamorak. All right. Lamorak M. Where's the Grand Cypher? Wilnus. Beg harder. All right, two more. Liar. Okay, no liar. All right, one more. One more. Is Wilnus any good? The summon? The summon is good, yeah. Not really relevant for new players. Click. No. All right, we got 2 SSRs. No read up. 70 pulls, not bad. Not bad, not bad. 3-star, match me. What do you want? We're gonna do scratches as well, by the way. Scratches. Try your luck. Sandy? Okay. Alright. Sandy, pretty good. We're at 32. Okay. 10 for 10. No, chat, we don't do 10 for 10ers. During roulette. Wows. Wow, Knick-Knack sure is generous. I agree, Knick-Knack is very generous. None of those were good. They were all awful. There was nothing good there. Alright, there we go. Alright. Steam. Where's my Steam? Steam. Da, da, da. Wow, he clears his stash. I do clear my stash. But I have inventory space to do it. Alright. There we go, chat. Steam. I got pinged in Discord. Where? What? So confused. Anyways, home. Throwback to baby luck. My Apollonia tweet. Got 4K. Why is there a Jita version of the anime? Why isn't there? I don't know. 1K bookmarks? What did your thing do? What did you tweet about? Let me see. Mamma mia. Horny posting, yep. Debating sparking for Apollonia as a dirt main, but I don't know if it's worth it. I think she has some cool interactions. And overall, I think she's a solid character. But I think she's mostly full auto. You'll have to go check out like AGT or someone like that who knows dirt way better than I do. Alright, idealist, here we go. Click. I got the Skyfarer weapon ticket today. I was wondering which characters are better. I made a video on that on my YouTube. Give it a look. Steam Baby's getting a little fucked. $20 draws is fucked. Well, compared to my main, that is. Alright, click. But all that matters is if they pull... Hold up. Okay. That's so funny. That's so funny. That is actually so funny. It pulled Albert Moon when it's like... Okay, so look at my light characters. It pulled Albert Moon when there was like no other light characters. And then it pulled Uni and then it pulled the second Uni now. You already have one? Yeah, I got Uni yesterday. Alright, 2 more. I got Lily Moon and then I got Lily Wind. They count as Giga Break? Absolutely not. What are you talking about? I think you can go Zeus now. Yeah, about that. Doesn't Lumi use harps? I would not worry about the voltage. But like, when I was saying Steam Baby's getting fucked, I meant like, for how many rolls they've gotten, they've sort of gotten a little fucked, to be fair. Seeing characters you've never seen in 15 years, yeah. But yeah, compared to how many rolls it's gotten, it's a little unfortunate. Congrats on Garma, thank you. Amazing. Alright, anyways, let's go back to main. Well, close. Should I do my alt pulls, chat? The one that got 90 pulls? I guess we're here anyways, may as well. May as well, I suppose. Alright, that's the alt. Alright, idealist. Unmute site, let's see. More Gamba time. Okay, now this one got fucked. Unless... No, it got fucked. Unless it re-rolls the roulette. No, it got fucked. I guess after they after yesterday's luck, it evens out. Right? This accounts one. After getting 93 pulls, it evens out. It can re-roll the roulette. There is an animation where it re-rolls, yeah. It looks like you get 10 and then it like starts shaking and then suddenly turns into 100 or something like that. Alright, there we go. Dun, 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 dun. Amazing. How many more days do we got? Let me check. We are on March 17. We have 18, 19. 18, 19. Two's more. You know what we need to do, chat? You know what we need to do? I need to turn on this. I need to turn on this. And you know what else we need to do? We need to click this button here, side stories. And we're gonna go farm these things. How do I know where it's from? Get from side stories. Which one? Strength to wield. Alright, we start here. We've got a fair amount of pulls there actually, so but go with that team. Nope, not that. This is like a third account. This is my main account. Hi DY, I can still spark a character. Should I go for second PNS or spark another character? I'm new. I would pick a new character. I would pick either Eustace or... I mean, I think honestly I would just pick Eustace in your case. Seasonal character. Chat, did we determine... You haven't cleared out tickets, yeah? I haven't needed them. It's nice having a good bank. Don't tell people about my my Fate episodes. Fate episodes. 66 pages. Don't tell people about that. Yeah, did we determine if this or this is better with drop rate? Why is Dirt the only one with medium death strike instead of big? Surely Wind will also get big. Well, Wind already got big, firstly. And Dirt got medium because Seek Weapon is broken otherwise. Top is always better. Well, top is consistent, right? Top is always 5-2, but the bottom gives you... Like, yeah, this is bottom. Have a look. The bottom one gives you 3-2, but it can also give more depending on your drop rate. I also do the cheaper one. Yeah, I think with drop rate, the bottom one wins. Why not do fates if it's free crystals? I don't like skipping story, and I haven't gotten around to reading the story yet. Don't let chat tell you otherwise. Three, two. What's the top one? It costs double the AP. Double the AP, but it's 5-2. Wait, no, it's also 3-2. That's the fucking same. I'm doing bottom one. I'm doing bottom one. It costs less AP. Should rank be uncapped ASAP? I'm still on Omega Grid. If you are at a point where you need to uncap your rank, yes, you should do it. Yes, you should. That's not the death strike I wanted. Yeah, you don't need to farm rank points, but if you're capped, if your rank is capped, then go do the uncap quest. I think something really fucking easily forgotten about Siege Weapon, by the way, is how self-sustaining that weapon is and how it fulfills itself by just putting more copies in your grid. Like, it's not even a weapon that you would want to have less copies of because you want more to get the most out of those stats. So I don't think it's really helpful to just look at the weapon and be like, oh, it's medium death strike, therefore it's worse. Well, if you hear AJT, I was Hello not happy about it. I think Hello is not considering the grand scheme of things. It has minus defense. It does have minus defense. And I'm not familiar enough with Dirt Primal to know how impactful that minus defense is, to be fair. But I also think that weapon is strong enough to have a drawback and for it to be fair. Hello's never happy about big death strike. Cheeking medium death strike. Yeah. No, I like the weapon's self-sustaining. Like, it needs those things to be good. I don't know what to say. Like, just grid theory wise, it makes sense. Its minus defense feels like a positive because it helps Cake get red HP. Like, I would say before Octavia weapon, if we're looking just in a vacuum, the weapons, Siege weapon was by far the best. And I wouldn't even argue if someone said Siege weapon is still better than Octavia weapon. Earth plays with a generational greed. Is Octavia's weapon considered better because Varuna already has crit amp? What if Varuna didn't have crit amp? If Varuna didn't have crit amp, then it'll obviously be less good, yeah. But if you're asking Siege, if we're relating this back to Siege, Siege's weapon has crit amp on it. Like, that weapon's nuts, right? I actually think in a one-to-one aspect, Siege is better. It's just that when Hrsvelga is in the picture, then it's gone. Yeah, actually, you're right, you're right. If we're just comparing grand weapons, Siege is better. The issue is when Hrsvelga enters the picture and how good Hrsvelga is, then yes, Siege is worse. Yeah, Water needs a 100% crit buffer. You'll take Anthoria. I think it's going to be... I think your Water character's a liar. Water players don't need to be greedy because they get the best shit without asking. I don't know. I think if we're downplaying Siege weapon, I think that's sort of nuts. Just because it has quote unquote medium death strike. And I think that's insane. I'm not going to lie. Chat, how many times do I have to do this? I forgot. You guys should have taken my Eustace. I have to do it 200. I don't want all the trophies. Like I generally do 50. We already had to deal with that with Gawain. Yeah, let's not forget that Gawain was like one of the most mediocre releases they've done. You got me thinking about needing 4 Sieg weapons. Is 4 Sieg weapons still a thing? I think I've seen mostly 3, right? I think 4 is extremely niche. It's half cost shop. Oh, yeah, true. But there's still the 50 clear trophy or something, right? 4 is a Guild War thing for the most part. Okay. And that's sort of the situation with 3rd Octavia too, right? Chat, I watched my reaction to the Octavia weapon yesterday. It was so funny. If you guys missed it, by the way, approximately like an hour before the banner went live, we were talking about whether if Octavia is a Water Grind, what her weapon would be. And I literally said Deathstrike TA. And then I also, approximately 10 seconds later, said, nah, they want to do that. It's too good. And then they released it and it was better than what I said. Because it was Deathstrike TA with attack and then 2 TA mods. And like, I was watching my reaction to the banner. And it was funny. Because like, you can tell when I started reading the weapon skills, I was like, wait a second. I rewatched it and like, you can tell when I first see the weapon. You can tell when I first see the weapon, I hadn't read all the skills and I just read the Deathstrike. And then it's like, when I read the Deathstrike and the other skills, it's like, you can see me noticing the other skills.
Here's the art. What is it? What is it? What is it? Fandango, spear, what? Deathstrike. Good luck. Wait, it has triple. Wait. Wait, what? What is this? What the fuck's that? Hello? Wait. We were literally saying, hey, chat, what would be the most broken skills? And this is better than what I said. Wait, I literally said this like...
Like you see me notice in real time what these skills actually are. They really wanted 149 for Svelga to fuck off, yeah. But yeah, I found that really funny. Your neurons were activated. It's really funny you saw the weapon, you're like, good luck, yeah. That's the most emotion I've heard from you. Weapons bonkers. Weapons pretty good for primal players, yeah. Wouldn't stacking enough of these counter minus 100? So the grids I have in my most recent video, like some of them are reaching like 100% grid TA, which alongside Hrisvelga's sort of like counteracts it entirely. So like grid TA, soldier, like passive bonus and things like that. So yeah, it makes it a lot more feasible to get higher multi-attack on Hrisvelga. Ma sent me some grids this morning. I haven't actually had a chance to look at them properly, but yeah, they sent me some grids of like, hey, this is a grid for high TA, this is a grid for like when you don't need as much TA, things like that. It's like if you don't need much TA, 2 Ilsa, 1 Octavia, 2 Taisai, or 1 Taisai, 1 Sen. If you need a lot of TA, 1 Ilsa, 2 Octavia, 1 Taisai, 1 Galilei. And then in Baja, where you don't care about crit, 2 Ilsa, 2 Ilsa, 2 Octavia, 2 Yatima with Celestial. Or Galilei if you have FLB Shinji, something like that. All right, but can I skip Sen? What are your thoughts on Sen? Resi, K18, people who are familiar. I think Sen is... I think Sen is not a meme. You reckon no use? Okay, alright. Basically, you value the second Bride Keeper a lot, right? Octavia home screen. Yeah, Octavia home screen looks cool. Hello, Ranslots. How's it going? Spoken like a true king. It's possible in niche things, but I think I have no actual idea. I've been procrastinating barring my Senya. I have 0 testing. Do you need the raw for that team? I think in a situation where you need big crit, if you need big crit and you only have 1 slot, then Sen is the best, right? Because then there's no room. But the problem right now is how good Bride Keeper is. Shouldn't they be capping with all the flurry? No, I don't think that's how flurry works. Alright, let's see. Buy this. I was getting more damage to keep second BK and run 1 Clockwork Blade. Ah, interesting. There we go. Okay. The sup wins out for Hrisvelga. That makes sense. There's so many hits, right? Yeah. Because of all the sup, the size of the echo is less relevant. True. Yeah, you just need the echo. That's why Echo Key was so good, right? Let me check my trophies. Oh, we're done. Oh yeah, some of these quests I would have already done the trophies for, right? I forgot. Okay, we can buy those later. Next. Next is this one. Get from side stories. Trophies. Alright, we're done with trophies. All we need is... Chat, how many mats do I need in total? To buy out just the crystals. Not the crystals, the 32 and 7. Okay. Wait, 32 and 7? It's that low? I guess I may as well get the pots while I'm here. $65 normally. Wait a second, what is that? Wanderers? Okay, that is crystals. Let's do it. Pot says 20 more of mat 2. Okay, so I need 27 mat 2. Okay, easy. In everything you've seen, it's better to cut that. Okay, I'm actually going to put that in my YouTube comment of my latest video because all my grids were, or not all my grids, but many of my grids had that. Ignore me. Pinned. There we go. I forgot there's free draws on Mumble. Oh, is there? I didn't know that. Apollo's struggling to survive in Nihui Vinte because she's subbing too much. Sorry, 42-hour GBF Discord streak. Wait, does it replace it? No, okay. Omatsuri. I forgot about Mim Lamel's Ogi. That's so funny. Halloween SF for what? Girl just got taken out back. You're at the point where you're just hoping for playable Belial. I thought Halloween Essa was 10 out of 10. Essa's mostly full auto, right? 10 out of 10 art. You saw TN and UBHL FA. Yeah, that's full auto. Essa can do more damage if you want to click more buttons. That sounds like FA. No? I still can't believe Octavia S1 is for the entire team. When I read that, I thought it was only her because it seemed too good to be for the entire team. I believe it's for the entire team and gives a double strike. Yeah, and the other thing is she clicks it so often as well. Wind summon is so good, but you don't want to support wind and don't get it. Is Octavia broken? Octavia is very good, yeah, Fox. Octavia is very, very good. She supports one of the best teams in water while still being a good general character, so she's not specific to like that team. Quite a good character overall. Alright, next side story. I'm anti-synergy with Payla because she already gives double strike. Oh, my bad. How could I forget? My bad. Rabomi Epic Clash. Man, this was a fun event. Fun event. Let's check trophies. We've already got all of them. Are we saving for that Octavia? Are you asking if I'm pulling on Octavia? I'm gonna use my free pulls and hope for the best, I think. I think I'm at the point where I have to sort of give up updating water to focus on wind. But it's so rough. It's so rough because of how good some things are, and it's so hard to get them. And the wind things I want are so niche, so it's really hard to justify. Like, I don't want to give up Second Bride Keeper to get stupid Halloween Lance. Like, that feels so bad. It feels so bad. Do I need to go through every co-op quest to unlock extra difficulty? Yes, you do. You're gonna love Guild War. I mean, I don't rank Water Guild War. I like doing the fun setups for Guild War though, like the optimal setups. But yeah, it's gonna feel bad because at the moment I want both Cassius and Lance. So It feels bad. You farted. I'm sorry to hear that. But don't worry, farting is a very normal thing that human beings do. It's okay to fart. Did you fart too? I haven't farted on stream ever. He's an idol, chat. He farted in the Airbnb. Everybody farted in the Airbnb. Any farters let it rip for DY, says Murdereth, before vanishing. He's a wind main, so of course he would. He can't run away after saying that, yeah. Running away after saying that is illegal. Any belches in chat? I actually don't burp super loudly. Like, it's normally those like sort of silent burps. I don't like belch or whatever. Alchemist Desire. Trophies. We need 200 alchemic prescriptions. Is that this one? Okay, sure. We'll get 200 of those. Just like Master Cat. You need soda for the big burps? Yeah, I guess I don't drink enough soft drinks to do that. When will they let us keep track of trophies? Farming class unlock item is so unfun. The prestige or the creeds, I recommend buying them with pendants. I think farming them is miserable. So yeah, I recommend pendants. Something bit my arm, chat. It's itchy. If I could delete all mosquitoes from the world. Then lucky I can't do that. Sorry, it was me. It was me. Mozzies, yeah. Mozzies fucking suck. Hate mozzies. That's mean. Is it really mean to wish mosquitoes were eradicated from existence? Is that really mean? And the bats would go hungry. Yes. Deleting all mosquitoes from the world would probably cause an ecological collapse. But it would be worth it for no mosquitoes. What are you playing Reading playtest? I think it's gone, right? It's gone, yeah. I missed it. Also, I was told there actually wasn't much there anyways. Did you read through the side stories when I started playing the game? I skipped ones that didn't really interest me. Or when I say skip, by the way, I don't mean like skip and don't read. I mean skip and read the summaries. Because you know how each chapter you get to skip, but it gives you a summary? The things that I was less interested in, I would skip, but read the summaries. And things I was interested in, I would read. Or if there were sections that I found boring, I would just click the skip button and be like, oh, look, something cool's happening. Let me read this part of the story. So that's what I would do. Ultimately, take the game at your own pace. $405 WTF bloater. Is this really bloating? I have the potential of going Hades, but only one side. Is that crazy? As in like a friend Hades? Yeah, that sounds crazy to me. Sounds like a headache. I would not do that. I have a question for event SSR. Because when I put her in my sub position, I can't use summons, right? Yes, that is right. Lyria is the one that calls the summons when you have Lyria in your team. Which means that if she's backline, then you won't be able to call a summon. I highly recommend having those summons. Also, investing resources while Roulette's going on is always a recipe for disaster. I recommend waiting until Roulette's over. When should I buy all those step-ups and draw sets? You can buy them now. You just don't have to pick anything until the end. Like, I've bought the draw set, I just haven't picked anything from it yet. You can buy the step up, you can even do all the draws, just don't pick your spark target until the end of Roulette. Yeah, what Cajun said is important too. If getting stuff from free pools will influence your decision on whether to buy it or not, then don't buy it as well. I fucked up with this banner, 160 pulls. I'm just hoping for the best in 2 days so I don't. You want a big discount? No, best of luck. But yeah, spend responsibly. How do you feel about Lamarok and Romp Burst setups? Very good. For anything around like 3 turns. Extremely good. The new players that whale, is it better to buy skins than buying direct 10 rolls? You get the skin plus 10 rolls. Yes, exactly. You can think of the skin as a bonus. So yeah, it is better to buy skins if you're whaling. If they put Guild War and Readlink at the same time, I will never fucking forgive them. There's no way. Really? No. No. There's no way. Time out pedal. Top 5 most evil things if it ever happens, yeah. Does Eustace Yukata work well enough with the new Lyria? Yeah, I think they would go well. There is a little bit of overlap because Lyria gives MCC a reactivate and so does Eustace. So you might want to like space that out a bit, but they are both charge attack characters at the end of the day. Arknights just did that. What if everybody else does it too? If I do it, it's okay. If you do it, it's not okay. That's how it works, sorry. I can't believe JJ is doing EXO with wind. Hey, what is the stage that you can do to farm bullets easier? They implemented it a while back. It's part of the, so you can go special, not special, sorry, raid list, request list, and then it is, which one is it? I think it's this one, Turbulent Tune of Leaves. Is that correct, chat? I'm pretty sure it's that one. It is that one, yeah. So Turbulent Tune of Leaves, that one right there. More like Turbulent Tune of Bullets. Kill me. Um, 30th March leg part 1. All zodiacs included, like limited Dark Katura. No. No, it will only be the annual zodiacs. And Dark Katura is a seasonal one, so she won't be there. Da, da, da. Da, da, da. Oh yeah, chat, I saw this comment earlier on my beginner guide. Where is it? Where is it? There's a slight typo. But it was the classic beginner, like in the beginner guide, it's like, hey, why is this guy inviting people into hell or whatever, you know, shit like that. Classic thing. I think whenever I see things like that, I'm just gonna link them this article from now on. Is that too toxic, chat? Is that too toxic? A tad bit. It's always okay to post more Jeff Kaplan. Jeff is speaking truth, yeah. It's annoying, not just in Grimbley, but everywhere, right? You're allowed to be a little toxic every now and then. Thank you. But don't worry, I'm never toxic, so. There's like 8 billion headlines about Jeff. It's because he's marketing for his new game, right? I already announced his new game, which also brings up like his Blizzard stuff. Feels like everywhere, but GBF has a big problem. Yeah, I agree. I get to be toxic as a little treat. Is that how it works? And Blizzard stuff. I didn't know he worked at DQs. Did he spill the ice cream? Alright, someone do it. I don't even understand the reference because I think this is an American only thing, but do it. How's this guy down to 86 from like 100? Didn't he used to be minus 100? Blizzard is like McFlurry. Oh, okay. Actually, there were some comments that I needed to look at on the new player guide. I forgot. Let's see. 2017 era player here, just dropping by to say that GBF's wiki really is the best. Thank you for all the hard work. Looking forward to this year's April Fools as well. I'm probably not doing anything. I might just help Ulmikin, if anything. Hey, I've been stuck at M2 for years, but now I've been playing passively, never update my grids and only do events. Do you have a guide? Oh, brother. For April Fools, switch Octavia early to win. You have a guide on for the latest farmable M3 builds I tried game with? Well, we have advanced grids. Advanced grids. So we have grid templates on advanced grids pages that can help you get started. E.g. so advanced grids, Colossus. Grid templates right there. Right here you can see some templates to get you started. Oh. Reply. Alicia, but good character page. Alicia's fine. Alright, this guide is awesome. I always wanted to play GBF, but the vast depth of knowledge and content has always put me off. Most guides are really hard to follow. This was the easiest to follow I've seen. And the comment about taking your time and doing things one step at a time helped me feel not as overwhelmed. Question, why shouldn't I use dupes? It's for a very specific reason. And it's not going to matter for most people, but honestly, veteran players would be mad at me if I didn't say it. So I did, lol. Hi DY, I'm a 6-year veteran. What's this all making? Oh my god, wow, thank you for the monies. Mumble. I love you, Mumble. She's so cute. Reader name Mumble. Fucked up name too. Hi Dio, I'm a 6-year veteran and your guide for beginners was extremely informative. I did hear you say you're gonna do this. Even though I'm a veteran one, always confused me how to set weapons to auto reduce. I've set rules, but I cannot for the life of me figure out how to set rules for auto reducing. Can you please keep this up? Keep up the great work. Love the wiki. Hey, do you know how I can change from semi to full auto? It's just annoying to change it manually to auto for each quest. Unfortunately, where'd it go? Unfortunately, you do have to set it to full auto for each new quest you do. There isn't a way around it. It becomes less of an issue when you start doing when you aren't going through story, or once you finish story, thankfully. I think what makes it worse is that the early fights have like a fight every chapter. Thanks for the video. Someone who started with the Steam release. Nice use of a video where thankfully first step wasn't skip story to get grind faster. Knew about Knick-Knack Academy, but it going from used chapters, used characters and weapons is good to clear, makes it not so useful for early game for someone like me who is planning on playing the whole story. Well, clear chapter 15 means to read the story, right? You won't really need to worry about grids and characters in the early game. In the early game. So take your time. I low-key think that every chapter, the fights every chapter add tension to the story. I don't think I personally agree with that. Back then we didn't even get an SSR. And we liked it. Alright, let's see. Let me just full auto some things while we respond to some of these things. It's sad that I made the mistake as a newbie and wasted 2 Damascus ingots. I'm so mad. Ah, that's unfortunate. Wait, why did it... I clicked this, right? Anyways, that's unfortunate. Don't worry, many people have also made similar mistakes. Colin has 94 hours on GBF Steam. What is Colin doing there? Slight feedback that might help ease in new players, especially from MiHoYo. You didn't mention that characters are linked to weapon draws. In MiHoYo, they're separate and weapon draws often replace a character if you get unlucky. And they have a separate banner, but the point is that they might not know that a character comes with a weapon. It's important to mention that weapon dupes are the driving pressure to pull dupes of characters. Obviously, actually pulling for gacha weapons isn't big and applicable, but it's an important factor to understand and how it differs. Yeah, no, that's something I felt that sort of information was a little too granular for this video and was saving it for the future gacha sys explanation. That is a hell of an essay. Seems like a very good guy, however, it failed to address the most important question. Do I pick the boy or the girl? You can change whenever you want, that's true. You can change whenever you want. You can change daily. I wish I had this to send to my friends last year when they tried GBF. Is there a progression guide I could follow somewhere? I got around to rank 150, started new on Steam, but I was pretty lost. We're working on a guide on what to do after Sierra's Academy. And I'm planning a future video also. For now, checking advanced grids on the wiki will give you an idea of what things to farm. Casual player here. My biggest issue is that grids, and my issue with Granblue is grids and team building. I feel so stuck. I've built close to the advanced grids from the wiki and I feel like my damage is lacking. I can't solo Omega Rebirth raids. And it takes me ages to get to 50% minus 15. I don't know what to do to increase my damage. It feels frustrating, but at least I have Sandy and Lucio. Hot men soothe me. So I wouldn't worry about needing to solo Mega Rebirth raids. You should be requesting backup for everything you do. Soloing is mostly soloing can be considered can be a challenge goal that you set for yourself. If you want though. As for how to improve your damage, check the grid templates on each of the element pages on advanced grids. That will help give you an idea on what to work towards. Also make sure your weapons are all skilled up, etc. Streamer solos all his raids on stream. Yeah, I like doing that. But that's not something new players should be doing. I always thought of trying to understand a gacha was going to be complicated, but damn. I'm still playing Marvel Rivals, but when I've got time on my hands, I'll come back to the guide. Love the self-insert as a knight in shining armor at 419. Thanks. Can you please make a guide on pro quest list and the raids that could be skipped using that? It's quite confusing. I think one of the best things anyone should know to avoid grinding. Can you please make a guide on pro quest list? I think the only thing that's confusing there is the M2 one. Yeah, we have a pro skips page on the wiki. So we actually have a... I don't think I need to make a video on that. But Coon flashback. Bro's taking people into the deepest parts of hell. Do I get to do it, chat? Do I get to do it? I found it. We found the comment. Do I get to do it? Hello, Zach. How's it going? Do it? Do it? Alright. We did it. Next. Hey, how do you change it from semi to auto? Unfortunately, you cannot. Unfortunately, you can't. Fortunately, luckily, it becomes less of an issue once you finish the story. The UI is bad, super optimized and confusing at the same time. Knowing this was a web game made from Japan, and if you ever open Japan website, it all makes sense. I'm not gonna lie, I do agree with them, right? The UI on some of these Japanese websites that I've visited is god awful. It is true, right? I don't disagree with this. My god, when I was trying to plan things for our Japan trip, me having to navigate the web. Chat, did you know that when you have to buy Shinkansen tickets, you log into your Shinkansen account and then the UI doesn't fucking make sense, and then like it logs you out if you have like 1 minute of when you do nothing. It's like I'm trying to fucking translate the site and the buttons are nowhere where you think they are. And then it's like 1 minute passes, you click a button, it's like, you got logged out. You have to log back into your Shinkansen account. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And then, you know what the other worst thing is about the Shinkansen website? It's that whenever you have to log in, you have to do like some weird ass 2-factor authentication thing every single time. It's like open up your email, get some random ass code, and then click the link there, and then like it's like a 5-step process to log in. So it's not even just you get logged out after 1 minute of inactivity. It's like a 5-step process to log back in as well. Like, it's so bad. It's so bad. Like, they also use basic ass hyperlinks instead of actual buttons for important stuff, so you can't even trust your instinct. Yeah. The real beginner's guide. Just don't. Oh, we get to do it again, chat. Ready? Go. One more time. Go. Send it. I'm sending it. The first stage is to sell your soul to the god of time and the goddess of luck. I'll allow that one. That's fine. Don't know if this has changed, but for side stories, it gives you a relic buster, decent row 4 class, and you still don't have anything else. Yeah, so it also gives the... Yeah, no, this answered what I was going to say anyways. There are things called pro quests, which represent quests that have been beaten. Yeah, I think pro quest is too far involved. Like, it's things I considered for the guy, but yeah, didn't really. Alright, there we go. We're caught up, chat. We're caught up. We're caught up. If you have to explain it in a massive essay, it's too much, yeah. Holy new banner, you're lost, yeah. What's the link for? That's what I'm linking. You were so unbelievably toxic. I don't know what... I don't understand what the point of you coming to a beginner's guide for a game and then being like, I have a tip. Don't play the game. Haha, I'm so smart. Like, what's the fucking point? Right? Can't wait for it. I mean, like, I I personally think there are very valid criticisms of the game, right? But when it's like not constructive or not like helpful at all, it's just, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Come on. Mobage's website still feels like it's from the 2000s. Mobage's website is really old, right? I mean, it is from the 2000s to be fair, right? 20th anniversary, yeah. It literally is. Okay, I don't know how many of these things I can click without getting banned on stream, so let's get that off stream. But yeah, it is quite old. But yeah, there's like a clear difference between saying like, hey, I think the UI could use a lot of work or blah blah blah, right? In some like thing, I don't see what the point of saying whatever was said, like, you know, ban for what? I don't know. There might be some R18 games. I don't know. Mobile game manages a lot of H games, yeah. Some of them looked like R18 games, so yeah. I'm about to unlock my first EX2 class, very nice. Yeah, and a lot of the time, it's like, hey, this game sucks, don't play it. And then you're like, all right, why are you playing it? Right? It's, I don't know. I don't know. Isn't this just a joke from the community? Okay, so for some people, it is like a very old, tired joke, which I don't personally think is actually funny, but you know, some people think it's funny, so I guess whatever. But no, some like what I would say in this situation is go take a look at most of the negative reviews on the Steam release. Just take a look at most of them, because I would say that most of them are not new players, and most of them are people who are from mobile. Most of them. And most of them are complaining about things that are not even part of the mobile version of the game. Like complaining about Guild War, as an example. So yeah, it's a bit of a shame. It's a bit of a shame. All right, let's see. I'm going through the reviews. The first not recommended says, imagine the game fully playable in your mobile. Imagine now the same game running in an old version of Internet Explorer on your PC with only hyperlinks. So they're saying it's a bad port. On the verge of maybe acceptable. They had 0.3 hours on record. Okay, next. Next one is Evil Game Stay Away. Okay. Great, thanks. Next one is, if you're a new player, this is an old school RPG that heavily relies on the wiki to guide you. I've been playing this game ever since they added English support, and the game direction seems to be fine. Overall, it's a good game for new players. However, for old players, no. Progress does not transfer. Okay, so they're complaining about no login. I think that's a fair complaint. Don't get me wrong. I think that's a fair complaint. Because they said, hey, it's good for a new player, but they said it's bad if you want to log in on Steam. Okay, right. I think not being able to log in is a fair complaint. Next one says, just play this on browser. This version removes most collab events, and I can't link my old account to this version. Game refuses to launch and I'm stuck on a white screen. I don't know if a fix will maybe change it. Okay, I mean, that's fair. If the game doesn't work, the game doesn't work. That's a fair review. Great idea, but horrible execution. I'd love for this game to get new players to breathe some fresh life. However, the way it was done here was bad. You can't link an existing account, so veterans can't use Steam. That means that Steam charts, which are often used to measure popularity, are going to be abysmal since loyal player base can't join without starting from scratch. Somewhat fair, yes. I mean, that is fair. The interface is conflicting. I like the battle screen being wider, having quick access. However, on browser you can hide the sidebar, so it only takes a quarter, while Steam version requires your full screen. It does require a wider screen. Not to mention the lack of a refresh button. No, that one's just not true. Why do Steam charts matter? Steam charts matter because people care about them. It shouldn't matter, but the reality is that it does matter, right? Another one said, for the browser version, Cygames claims it's Japan only. This lets them run collab events easily. But for this Steam version, if you look at side stories, there's no collabs. Due to licensing problems, it's highly likely this will affect future collabs too. I disagree on that one. I see some things complaining that you can't reroll. But yeah, this is pretty much all veteran players. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, it is mostly veteran players. Let's see this review. Do not play this game. It's an essay, by the way. I quit GBF back when Summer Lotto was a thing, but decided to see how the Steam version would play. It's bad. Not only is the option to refresh rate just non-existent, which directly impacts your in-game performance. Nope, not true. You can't transfer your old account. Okay, fair, once again. Collab, you can't see collab content, meaning stuff like Gintama, Hunter x Hunter, Code Geass are just locked out with a giant question mark. How does that affect new players though? I don't get it. Chat, when I start Arknights or any other gacha, I feel like if you miss the collab, don't people realize that you've just missed the collab? Yeah, and it's not like you see other people's characters either. Like you have to go out of your way to see them. Like any other gacha game with a collab and you miss the period for the collab. Like if I start Nikkei, I'm like, I really like Nier Automata. Can I get my Nier Automata characters? And it's like, no, Nier Automata's gone. It's like, oh, that's unfortunate, right? I failed to see this. Self-imposed FOMO. Does it make MC skins a question mark? There's only 2 collab MC skins, right? Am I forgetting one? It's AOT and it makes the defense order one. Is there more? Street Fighters. There is Street Fighter, yeah. It just displays the class. Okay, yeah, so it doesn't make it a question mark. It just displays the class instead. Oh yeah, 2B's another one. Bro, I've been playing since 2018. Even I don't have those, yeah. 2B still displayed. Okay, it must be because it's Jita, right? Steam players can't see my McDonald's stickers. Wait, is that true? I actually don't know. Not recommended. Let's see. 0.2 hours. My GBF account, this is all in caps by the way. My GBF account is nearly a decade old and has thousands of hours. I'm not grinding for the evokers on or Eternals again. Let me link my account. Okay, they wouldn't link their account. Once again, I think not being able to link account is a very valid complaint. Valid crash out. Hello, Mr. Streamer. Got anything on Roulette now? We didn't. Not really. At least it's something that's being worked on. Yeah, it is. It is, and hopefully it comes soon. That being said, I personally feel like it's either my familiarity with the browser UI or it's the fact that Steam UI sucks. I don't know. It's one of those two. I feel like if I was used to Steam UI, it wouldn't be bad. But currently, I would mainly just use Steam for the menuing speed. Lol, I'm not linking my account. Cheap yen is so good. Yeah, currently, like, Steam is more expensive because yen is weak, right? So... when I switch from Steam UI to Steam Browser UI, I get lost, yeah. Steam seems to mark up prices by 40. That's kind of crazy. That is false. That is false. I have a vertical monitor, so Steam UI and battles end up being much smaller than when I usually play. Yeah, like if you're on a vertical monitor, like my GBF is actually on a vertical monitor at the moment, right? And it would be smaller, yeah. Why does Octavia just give people unchallenged? Hey, at least it's one hit, right? At the same time, last year we would not be having this price discussion, yes. That's the other thing. Yen is just in a really weak state at the moment, which makes buying MOBA coins very powerful as an overseas player. Steam is a set price. And also, once again, people are just typing fucking yen into Google and taking that exchange rate and comparing it. And not considering any other factors like the middleman that takes a cut and things like that. Isn't your GBF window huge? Oh, it doesn't cover the entire vertical monitor. It covers a portion of it. Way more is not accurate. It's like 2 to 3 USD more for a subtext. $2 to $3 more for a subtext, and it's because yen is so weak at the moment. Does changing Faust Rebirth into Faust Terra count as changing element? Yes. So you're going from this to... from this to this. Faust Terra. That counts. Yes. That counts. Did you say Faust? I did say Faust. How mad would people be if I join a cult room and grief them? I think it'll be fine. Give it a try. Yep, what Suplap said too. You can idle most of Hexa, you just need to see one Jinx Omen. And then clear the Pearl. Yeah, chat, look at the yen. 5-year yen chart. Like, this is nuts. This is how strong the yen used to be, and now it's over here. Like, there's a reason Nintendo sells a Japan-only Switch, right? And so people can't scalp Japanese versions. Thank you for the follow, I'm just snacking. Mr. Streamer question, the quest Uncap 225. It says I must collect 3 puzzles. Thank you for the Prime sub.
Itedek just subscribed with Prime.
I read on the wiki you have to favorite a character and you have to do 160 turns. I don't remember the exact number, but what it says on the wiki is correct, yes. You can't tell if you're hearing Clarice or Naka. DY, I got inspired by you, so I made FA comps for all my raids that I'm confident soloing. That's very fun. I love making FA setups. Hello, Nutella. Does it still say manga? Which reminds me, I have to fix a typo as well. Speaking of Hexa, I've had a lot more people crossing 40 without 6 OKs. Are they stupid? They are. People just don't know. It happens, right? People who are new to the raid just don't know. This is just garbage AI filter. Nvidia met with criticism for DLSS 5's photoreal graphic alterations. They claim it to be the most significant breakthrough. I see. this is a little worrying. You have to see the DLSS on Oblivion. Do you have a link? There's been memes over this all day. If you guys have a link, feel free. What am I looking at? Video has it? Okay. This video. That's just a different character too. Sorry, nah, that's an NVIDIA. It's the Digital Foundry one. Okay, okay. This one. Introduction. Okay, let's go here.
Kind of a very famous scene from the beginning of the game. Like the DLSS 5 take on it. Oliver, what do you think of this? Because
it looks like an AI filter. I mean, it literally is, right?
We honestly, when we saw this for the first time, we didn't know actually what DLSS 5 was.
Yeah, this just blew me away. So basically you have Grace there in this scene. This is kind of a very famous scene from the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
And obviously the path traced render has a great lighting.
His perspective is kind of like, you know, isn't it? What's quite interesting about this too, which one would you rather play? It's a bit of a no-brainer, isn't it? What's quite interesting about this is NVIDIA's stated intention for the technology. They're kind of like looking at this as almost kind of like trying to anticipate the original fully realized vision of the game developers here. This demo is actually quite interesting in terms of its technical.
Is some characters still in the pool? Yes, they are.
An RTX 5090 to run the past-faced version of Resident Evil, but there's course is not ray-traced, not path-traced, and yet we're still seeing transformative changes here, particularly in terms of character rendering, which is an area where Starfield received quite a lot of criticism. But again, the effect is quite remarkable here, isn't it?
Yeah, and I found this very interesting.
I mean, look, the only positive here is that the tech is cool. And that's about the only nice thing I can say about it.
Can note.
Yeah, just the fact that it can do this is cool.
In certain games where like you have space reflections or screen space.
It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. It completely changes lighting. And
DLSS 5 image, so it's not like it's perfectly understanding and reconstructing all characteristics of light. It's still depending on the base render, but it's super impressive to see
real-time deep fake in-game. Yeah,
for instance, all the specular highlights cast in a much more realistic light. The material properties along her clothing there, and indeed in her face, this color.
You liked what it did before, which was enhancing what was already there. But now it's just an AI filter, yeah.
And all these other characteristics that they pointed out to us that you don't really think about in the context of directly in light.
It's not great. It looks awful.
Into something showcase of what depth about them. Let's talk about Oblivion Remastered. It's quite an interesting showcase of what happens when you introduce DLSS 5 to an Unreal Engine 5 title. Software Lumen now is like radically transformed into something quite different. Character rendering again gets a gigantic revamp, I'd say. Yeah. And
you've never seen elves look this realistic. It's crazy.
That's the bottom line. Yeah. Also, it's really interesting to see the kind of, you know, the occlusion that's happening on all of the brickwork, on all of the sort of castle-like structures there. It really is quite extraordinary to see it in motion and to sort of flip between the two there. It's
well, it's funny because the old lighting in the
game is
generally look quite handsome. Like I'm not opposed to Lumen, and obviously Lumen takes some shortcuts, but Assassin's Creed
it's radically transformed.
Yeah, I would definitely say so. Obviously, Assassin's Creed Shadows is a game that is
It just
very
brightens
handsome
everything
title, I
too.
would say. In general, it was obviously part of our graphics of the year list last year. But when we look at that base render, we see there are some issues with like shadow maps and maybe the detailing in the foliage
Ruins the
are
atmosphere.
not.
Yeah,
Lighting
it's
press
brightening
abilities
everything to make it
Paintings of
quote unquote
trees,
look
photos. We
better,
did
right?
mention about actually
Obviously, this is going to be a work in progress. And I'd also say that perhaps there could be some additional, they mentioned some tuning keys
But like
during
it
the
just
game engine, but then you're getting this greatly enhanced lighting presentation just because this model
enhanced
understands
lighting, they
lighting,
say. Okay.
understands how materials interact, understands how things should behave in the real world, kind of almost better than you could program into a game, which
Hypersaturation,
was an
yeah.
absolutely performance level coming from. But in general, like this was very performant, very real time. Rich had his hand in the controller, was manipulating these scenes. Like this is real gameplay you're seeing.
the important being the Matrix Awakens demo. See more. Seem to be personally signed off on this.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
it's the way I'd certainly prefer to play Starfield.
I would definitely agree here. But yeah, that question of artistic intent, I think it's going to be one that people are talking about for.
Well, what the heck is upscaling? Have to do with changing the entire visuals. Chat, can you imagine playing like a FromSoft game with like this? You're just going through like one of these sections which is meant to be very atmospheric and moody, and then it's just like, hey, here's everything bright and through an AI filter. FromSoft is not going down that route yet. You can probably already do it. Yeah, I'm sure you could. Hey, Mr. Streamer, the upcoming Tales of Akaram, how much would you say it expedites me to fully uncap Hasalia? Even though I haven't recruited her yet. I think that's going to be a lot of farming, and you should be already starting, I'll be honest, if you are intending to do that. I want to see how cursed it would look like in Half-Life. Does the grid maker you showed calculate crit and T8? No, it does not. You're tired, Omikin. Do you think 3 Octavia weapons will ever be core in the year? I think it'll always be super niche if it is even used. I don't think you have to worry about the third copy. Unless you really, really, really care about one Guild Ball setup that only applies for 2 hours during Guild Ball or something like that. Basically 2 is going to be fine is what I'm saying. What's my plan? We'll see how many rolls I get. I think I'd put it on this banner though. And it's because I'm aiming for Legend Part 2. That's why. At the moment, but who knows how my plans will change. Have you seen the Discord profile for GBF? No, I haven't. What is it? Go to my status. Okay. What the hell? What even is that? Where is that from? Click through the screenshots. Wait, are those screenshots you made? Or is that screenshots other people have done? No, that has to be other people, right? What the hell are these screenshots? Where is it even pulling these from? Where's that description? Oh wait, no, that description's on Twitch too. Did you get to them all yet? I'm getting towards the last ones. Why is there Street Fighter here? There's so many collabs here. What the hell? Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I've gone through all of them. There's so many collabs here. It feels like someone's just uploading these somewhere and just pulling them from. No, I think this is like just pulling from some website that happens to have it. Because like for example, that description there is also what is on the Twitch description. It's like the Japanese game got a patch and it's like this doesn't explain the game at all, right? Another thing. Grand Blue Fantasy. Wait, that's me. That's me. Hold up. Am I famous, chat? IGDB. Yeah, this is where it pulls from, right? Like someone's got to update this. And it's pulling from the media here. I don't know how, like, I don't know if they update or what, I don't know what how that even updates, but yeah. I'm gonna start with 10 minutes instead of deleted messages soon. Now just let people know, and then on Twitch, I don't know on YouTube what you can do, but on Twitch you can put a note on the person saying that you've warned them once, and if they have a warning, then let them know in the future. Actually, isn't there a warning feature on Twitch, actually? I forgot. So much Gacha in chat. There's a lot of new people, and a lot of people just... people are breaking the rules on purpose, right? People just don't know the rules because nobody reads, and I don't blame them, right? I don't blame them because most rules when you click on a stream don't matter. And it's usually just be a normal person, right? So yeah. But you know, very rarely we do get people who just know the rules but knowingly just keep breaking them. At that point, yeah, you can You can time them out, or in severe cases, we just ban them, which we have actually done in the past. Did you guys know that? I've actually banned someone for repeatedly breaking the rules knowingly. I just said I don't want to deal with this anymore. Goodbye. That's totally my bad. No, it's all good. Yeah, like I said, I believe that most people are sharing their gacha results because number one, it makes sense. I'm a gacha streamer. Why would you not be able to share gacha results? It's dumb, right? And I agree it's a dumb rule. But the reason we have the rule is because it creates situations where people get really salty with each other. And then the chat just becomes full of spam of everyone saying what their results are, which doesn't really have much constructive like conversation there. And then, like I said, people get salty and it ruins the vibe of the stream. And then I have to spend like an hour or two trying to pick it back up. So it's for those reasons, right? So as a content creator, I know it's weird as a gacha content creator to be like, hey, don't put your gacha results in chat. But I think you can sort of understand why in Discords, the salt channels are also all separate from general chats, right? There's a reason that exists. Because people don't want to get salted. So yeah, that's why. Is that a Street King or a Bandit Tycoon? This class, this is actually a Chaos Ruler. Neither of the two. You could make it claimable with Twitch channel points. No, I don't want to do that. If you can update the screenshots, you should on Weekend. I actually don't know if those descriptions are like user submitted or like it's their staff working on it or what. Hydrate. I already removed the collabs. It's fully user editable. Oh, please edit the fucking description. Oh, it's like one of the worst descriptions I've ever read. I didn't realize I would have edited like a long time ago if I knew how to edit it. Is there an updated spreadsheet somewhere of how many pulls we've gotten? Yes, there is. Thankfully, Mizako keeps a spreadsheet for themselves. So it's not like spreadsheet for everybody, but you can at least see someone who farms, as far as I know, everything in the game. So that can at least give you an idea. How's Octavia outside of hunting? Well, in hunting setup, she's not very good, but in her Svelga setup, she is good. And outside of her Svelga setup, she's actually very good too. So just a good character overall. But there's a spreadsheet that Mizako keeps, right? And pretty much in the yearly summary tab, it goes over all the pulls. And if you read the thing, it says the main things. So this is stuff that's only in the personal tab. Right? So like, if you want the bare minimum rolls, you look at the yearly summary here. You look at this one. So in 2025, bare minimum 129. And if we are including things like max skill bar rewards, then it goes up, yeah. As an example. So like 1300, 1600, you get the difference, right? So on average, this is sort of what we're dealing with. But yeah, have a read. Is it first banner with new grand and seasonal? No, we've had these sorts of banners before. Dun, 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 dun. Hunting and air is probably more worth unless you are farming bullets or deep in water. That depends what elements you're invested in. All three are good weapons. Good night. Gonna get my 5 hours of sleep. Good night. Get some sleep. Hi, boss. Hello, Okine. How's it going? I'm getting Higurashi because I'm heavy into fire. I can't do anything up to fire in other elements. How's my pools? We got a good amount of pools. We didn't get anything from them. We got 40 rolls. Was it 40? I think it was 40. You finally finished Home Sweet Moon. Very nice. You can now get Relic Buster. How hard do you think Destruction Incarnate is to farm? No solo quest makes me a bit worried to try it. I think Destruction Incarnate is easier to learn than Far Zero. And it feels more consistent once you've learned it. Hey, can I see a dark team for this boxing event? I'm curious how fast you clear the boss. I don't use a dark team for the boxing event. I use my win team. I farm the first stage. My win team's faster, so I use that. I just got to stage 3 of Sierras, but I don't get what this means. Raise an SSR 5 characters awakening to level 4. Oh, okay. Yeah, so on every character, once you get them to level 80, you unlock a system called Awakening. You can click on the character, and then you can click on Add Bonuses. You'll see a screen here. This one is not the one we're talking about, but I can explain that if you need. But at the top, there's Awakening. So you need to, when you have a character, you have to level their Awakening. And Awakening takes material. So if I go to, I don't know, Aglo, add bonuses, Awakening, yours will look like this. Raise Awakening level. And it's saying get it to level 4. And it will take these materials to awaken it. And this gives them some stats. Attack, HP, charge attack damage, things like that. So yeah, that's what it's asking you to do. So go to any fire character and get its awakening to 4. Now you'll see that there's a couple different awakening types after you awaken it. So you get it to 4. By default, characters are balanced awakening. Balanced, but you can change its type to attack, defense, or multi-attack. In general, just leave everything as balanced for now. It's not that these other ones are bad, it's more that they're for specific like min-maxing purposes, and you don't need to worry about that. You just get too balanced. You've had Relic Buster. You get it from Academy. Very nice. Yeah. You'll get the you'll get a CCW from the Academy too. Oh, from Home Sweet Moon, sorry. Do you record data from anniversary streams? Like how many people picked Illustrious? No, I don't. Valentine's Aniue fell off. He wasn't even awakened for you. Well, I just got him. Literally just got him. He's the second most recent character I have, so I haven't really used him much. But no, it is true. Aglo isn't really seen too much these days. Do people use attack? Attack is the least utilized. It has its uses though. Like I said, specific min-maxing purposes. Generally, if people change them, it is multi-attack or defense. Generally. Muted. I was muted, thank you. I'm a dark main. Sidala is my ideal Anitix target, but thanks to Wizard Origin, I want to cope and get Lobelia and cope even harder that Zosimos will be good. Thoughts? Chat, I'm being told to read the future again. Contrary to popular belief, I actually can't see into the future. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I let you down. Peer into your crystal ball, Mr. Streamer. I think it was really funny yesterday. I hope the person who said it didn't take it the wrong way, but it was a moment for me to meme about it yesterday. Mond, it's AMA. I should make Mond work though. I always type Mond as well. One sec. There we go. Mons now works too. Wait, but now you know if I ask a question. My lost time trying to make Apollo Jamil work will never come back. It didn't work. That's unfortunate. I mean, that's the part of trying setups. Now you know that whatever raid you tried it for, it just isn't very good. Worked for me in WEMS. Why were you trying it out? Maybe odious. I mean, fast forward 2 days already. I want to spark. Are you sparking Black Knight? You're doing it? This looks like Mina. It does a little bit. But it's clearly main header. Am I gonna spark Octavia? I don't think so. I want to, but I don't think so. Skipping Lubo fucked me. I'm not skipping any Earth. Oh, okay. Alright, alright. Is anyone experiencing a bug with Scratcher where it doesn't give you bonus tickets to trade for stuff? I haven't got them since the 14th. So you only get the bonus tickets if you get something that's considered quote unquote bad. Or like you can think of it like a pity. So for example, you don't get a ticket every time. You only get a ticket if you get you don't get a ticket if you get any of these things. If you don't get a ticket if you get any of these things. You don't get a ticket if you get any of these things, right? It's only like the quote unquote bad things. Like you get tickets if you get like these things here. I don't even know the full list, but you don't get a ticket for everything is basically the point. You only get a ticket if you get something bad. So the tickets you can consider a pity system. And by the way, the one that you get from the tickets will always be one that is considered quote unquote good. Now there are things that are bad that are considered good as well, so just do keep that in mind. Right, like Damascus Crystal, as an example, is considered good. Which, I mean, for some people might be, but it's definitely not anything near like a zero ticket, right? So don't think that by having a good one, you're guaranteed like one of these top rewards, yeah. Wonder how my scratches have gone. You can actually check. You can check. If you're curious how your scratches have gone, on the scratcher screen, there's prizes one. You can look through all your scratcher cards so far. What's Fossologia pages for? In the shop, menu, shop. Oh, that supplies. Menu, shop. And then under treasure trade, under quest items, and then under event other, on the second page, there is a Fossologia pages shop, right? So on this shop, you can buy these things with it. This tab here, I don't think is worth it. I think these two tabs are generally fine. You can buy pots here as an example, or you can buy some rings and earrings. Basically, whatever you need. You can also use it for these things, but I just think you can just go out and farm these, which is why I don't think it's worth it. So someone get a zero and a grand ticket and one scratch. I have doubts about that one, I see. I think that's just F12 menued or photoshopped or whatever. I have doubts. 2 rewards is possible. I'm not sure if 3 rewards is possible because there was 3 rewards in that one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was. I'm skeptical. Like the system says 2 rewards is possible. It never says 3 rewards is possible, and then 3 rewards. Is there a way for me to see what mana tours I have without having Mana Diver? I don't think so. Chat, is there? Do you guys know? Which is sort of dumb. I don't think so. Not that I'm aware of, yeah. I couldn't find it, yeah. Like I said, I think it's dumb. But I guess also you don't need to really worry about it, I suppose. But yeah, they should definitely change it. Where's my cargoes? Why does Captain have a water odious here? Can you get mana tours? Yes, you can get mana tours. You just can't see them, it seems. Getting mana tours you can do before Mana Diver. Does character positioning affect turn order? So your turns in GBF is always your team, then the enemy, right? Character positioning would affect at what point they auto attack. Like my MC attacks first, and then it will be Galleon, then it will be Anilla, then it will be Grimnir. Does that make sense? Maybe that's your answer there. Yes, FA skills too. If skills are on full auto, there's a set order. It goes from left to right, yellow skills first, then it goes blue skills, then it goes red skills. How do I unlock Alchemy Lab? Check the wiki, I forgot. Search Alchemy Lab on the wiki, we'll see. Yeah, it's like Alchemist Destroy plus something else probably. Isn't it clearing alchemy side story? I'm not sure, which is why I directed them to the wiki. I suggest you guys either check on the wiki yourself and put it in chat, or don't say. There we go. Thank you, Nico. How to unlock. Raise the villa's area to level 1, have 5 or more furniture crafted, complete the side story, and unlock the alchemist class here. I'm running out of time. Someone help, please. Chat, there's a Cosmos. Let's see. Where are we? 6 minutes? I'll try. I don't know if my team can do this early on. That's Suisei.
斧が命運切り開いてみせろ幸福の音だ
Is the new Eustace solid? I think so, yeah.
切り開いてみせろ幸福の音だ斧が命運切り開いてみせろ幸福の音だ世界の意志を確かめよう幸福の音だここだここだここだ斧が命運切り開いてみせろ
Not collab, please. Can you guys join this room and stick at anything that's not collab? How do you guys pick the worst stickers? Venigma is peak. What?
行くぞ得意点
書くのはいいかライジングソードよっこいせ
幸福の音だ行くぞ得意点チョコはいるかい
ライジングソードお任せあれライジングソードニビスカーススニビスカースス消えろ消えろ
幸福の音だ
はっここだはっライジン
世界の意志を確かめよう
ニビスカースス
Can I stick it in Magna? No. Sorry.
消えろ消えろ
Didn't know Evangeline was used. She's very good for this raid, actually.
幸福の音だ
そいそいそい
斧が命運
ニビスカースス
切り開いてみせろ
ありがとうねニビスカースス消えろ消えろ
幸福の音だ板チョコよりもらうね
There we go. There we go. Is there room for me? Omikin, do I get to join? Code doesn't match. Nope. I've been locked out.
汝らの力示してみよ俺は神なりさて少し遊ぼうか汝らの力示してみよ汝らの力示してみよ
There we go. Buy my crystals or my tickets. As a new player, which Eternal should I choose from the Seeds of Redemption? We have an FAQ page on that. I'll link it in chat 1 sec. Have a read through that page there. Why does not deleting space after the code work fine for co-op but not regular raids? I bet it's a way to nerf PC players. Let me me see. Trophies. We're done with the trophies. Favorite. Cat Defense Force. Light 334. Oh my god, look at this Cat Defense Force. Chat, is this a thing I have to actually think about? You guys know? Check the wiki. We slapped his friend. What the? He's hitting cats. Are they allowed to do that? Hold up. Chat room, this seems illegal. He was slapping his friend. We did it. Alright. Meowatron. What elements do you think are the most popular to main? I think all of them are equally popular. Oh, maybe not. Fire water seem in general pretty popular, I think. I don't know. Dark. I don't. Yeah, I don't know. Wind is the least popular, maybe. Depends for what. So that's also true as well. Like which raid or what sort of content. Fire is very popular in PBHL, but not in HL. Yep. Wind is very popular in HL because it's relatively easy. I always say that you don't main Ellie's in this game so much as the game just picks an Ellie or Ellie's for you and you just fall in for it. No, I disagree. I chose Wind. I focus my sparks around Wind. Glad I went with water as my main, says Fox. Water, good element. Razio chose me. Right, chat. DY has promoted Wind so much it's a sizable lead over Dark or Dirt. No. What do you mean? Okay, firstly, what do you mean promoted Wind? Secondly, no, I do not have that much of an impact. And third, what are we even taking this data from? Like Munching said, this is entirely dependent on what sort of content we're talking about. Dark is definitely most popular. Do you see how like we were asked this question, but so far there's been like 4 different answers? I think that sort of tells how little everybody knows. And that there is no consensus. Do I have a win team for gold bar racing? I don't farm gold bars. Or at least I haven't in a long time. I did test a win team when Volfred came out, but I was lacking some grid pieces, so I thought I'd come back to it later on. Also, I'll probably do water.
参りましょう。
Solstice, thank you for the follow. And many lives are cats done. Next. We're currently going through side stories and picking up all the crystals. Checking that we got all the trophies and getting everything that we can. We can all agree that Earth sucks ass. I agree with that, says Fox. Got an Earth hater already. I just noticed that Summer Apollonia caps all damage. Really? That is interesting. She caps all damage. Okay. That would include destruction damage too, right? Interesting, interesting. It's specified. Oh, it says elemental. Okay, okay. Another question, Mr. Stream. I have 150 moons. Should I hold off? You should hold off. How do I farm plus marks? I wouldn't worry about farming plus marks, but if you really want to, Akasha drops them, and I think like some other world raids and things drop them too. You can search on the wiki for a full list. But once again, I don't think that's something you should go out of your way to farm. Mostly because you'll just eventually get them by playing the game, by pulling in the gacha. I'm starved for skill fodder. Skill fodder, you want to farm things like boxing events. You want to do your M1 raids as well. And because they drop SRs and SSR, things that you won't need in the long run. But yeah, farming something like Pierce the Astrals in the boxes. I haven't done my daily, I should do that. The boxes drop these things, right? Draw box contents. Each one has 2 of these. It has this and this. This is all skill fodder. And has XP fodder as well. So the boxes are quite good. Let's do this before I forget. Oh, by the way, chat, I might be a little late to start stream tomorrow. I have a doctor's thing in the morning, so it is early on, but if you guys have ever been to the doctors, you know that they never start on time, so we'll see. Are all SR weapons fodder? Yes. SR fodder weapons are all fodder. The only ones I would say are not fodder are the ones that you get at the beginning of Sierra's Academy. And it's some new screenshots, nice. Can you update the description too? The page hasn't updated for me, I guess. I still see the old collab ones. Which description? This one. Just like delete this, honestly. This is also like a really bad description too. I think it has to be a verifying. Oh, okay. Well. You can find a list of all commands here. That page lies, Fox, because many commands are done through StreamerBot and not Stream Elements now. So there's a couple that won't be there. But it does remind me that I should make a command that has all commands. But many of the most common ones are there, I will say. Is the summon handed out in Academy farmable if one accidentally discarded one? Yes. Everything Academy gives out is farmable except for the gacha weapons that come with the characters. But the gacha weapons that come with the characters are bad anyway, so if you somehow got rid of it, it's not a big deal. I plan on doing an in-depth Arcarum guide. No. Like sandbox? Is that what you mean? The issue with the sandbox guide is that it's been many years since I farmed sandbox. So I don't have personal experience on it. And the second thing is that when I farmed sandbox, it was a very different game because things like Zone Mundus and Here Be Swords didn't exist. So I was farming sandbox and Here Be Staves. So ultimately though, it's always the same. Do your missions to get stronger guidebooks to make your grid and team stronger. And then after that, it's just farm the node that drops the thing you want. There's a Vazki page on Sandbox. Yeah, maybe give that a look. If you guys have the link, feel free to drop it in chat. Right when you're out of proofs, at least you can farm those. Sandbox TLDR, there we go. Hello, Kadia, how's it going? Alright, let's see. We are up to Treasure You. Oh, that's the other thing. Side stories will also have a bunch of SR fodder, so you can go to side stories and farm them. And the other thing is side stories will also give you CP, which I assume some of you guys who have farmed a lot of classes is maybe starting to run out of CP. So yeah, you get tickets, you get pots, you get class points. You can also get some fodder in some of these ones. The weapons are all fodder too, so yeah. Can you click the top banner and upvote the change, I guess? Login or joined by Twitch. Okay, one sec. Click to upvote this change. Already voted. There we go. I did it. Yeah, I upvoted it. I wonder if it's an automated system. You guys do it too. Steam players can't cheat on CP on Skyleap. They can. They can. Do not abbreviate class points, bro. It's just called CP. What are we meant to do? Like, I don't know. That's what it's called in game. If you are equating it to something else, I don't know. Nothing much can be done. Hi, is Octavia a good subtext? You can't subtext Octavia. How many more do we have? Holy, we still got a ton. Your arm hurts. We'll make it stop hurting. That's silly Billy. Clear Co and Hollow Existence free quest. I hope that I don't actually need to read what these skills do. Trophy farming? No, I'm doing side stories. It's just I'm checking if any trophies aren't done while I'm here. Peroro would rob you if you ever let them give you a massage. They would relax you and then you'd fall asleep and then they would steal everything, including your organs. Why would you do that, Peroro? You can have one kidney as a treat. I'm close to sparking current gala. Is there anything else I should look for among the grands or just go for Octavia or Apollonia? I have a newbie spark priority list. Maybe take a look at this page. But ultimately, there are summer characters on the banner, right? And if you don't get both summer, I would consider getting one of the summer characters, yeah. But out of the grands, not all of them are there, by the way, because this has both legend and flash grands, but yeah. Since seasonal characters are harder to get, I would generally lean towards the seasonal, but with how strong Octavia is, I would not blame you if you picked Octavia over like Eustace as an example. Nice link munching, it doesn't work. I mean, it does work. It doesn't work for me. Oh, okay. I had to manually copy it. It works. I see it. I already got 4 dupes. I don't think I need it anymore. Yeah. Or like I said, I don't know what you have, but yeah. Hello, Mr. Streamer. Hello, Phoebe. Da, 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 da. Omikin's flaming my 2 hours played of Granblue, I think. Is it time to just leave Granblue on idle? How many hours do you have on Steam? You play for 7.5 hours. Omikin flaming, yeah, that checks out. She's fire. I will allow it. Oh, we need 9 more. Have you just left the game on? Is that all you've done? What do you have? Oh, okay, no. You have 12.5 on record, sorry. That's all she does. Should I take in consideration the grand weapons if I want to spark grand character? You should ignore grand weapons. I think this is unfortunately going to be a very common thing, but yeah. It's very easy to try to think about the grand weapons when you're sparking a character, but trust me, if you're new, you ignore what weapon it comes with. Think about the character, not the weapon. I forgot how boring CQ is. Trophies. Alright, we got all of them on this one. CQ is campaign exclusive quest. Is it wasteful to use a gold moon crest to upgrade SSR character limit? My 12 times ran out. It is a bit wasteful, yeah. Leveling a character to 80 is not too difficult in the game. And it won't change too much as well. Yeah, level 100 is relatively fast too. I think saving those for characters that require even more XP in the future might be nice, but yeah. If at the end of the day, XP you can just farm. You use it if you want to be lazy. And if you want to be lazy, it's fine. But level 80 I really wouldn't. I would only consider for level 100 characters. Yeah, I would also save them for Transcendence and things like that, but... My biggest struggle as a new player is the inventory management, yeah. It's not clear what you're meant to do with certain things. I still need someone to give me a Seer's Academy, trying to reserve the Eternal Weapons Seer's shop upgrade thing. The game warns you. I have not received a screenshot. I need it for the video. Is Exo Hamar Shell good for Mana Diver? Yeah, it is. It is good. Please create a guide for inventory. I am gonna work on it tonight, yeah.
飛ばしてみろよこりゃ飛ばしてみろよこりゃ
I leave everything in the crate, but my inventory still keeps piling up. I hate feeling like a hoarder. Yeah, I'll work on an inventory management video tonight. I can't promise that it's going to be anywhere near as edited as the beginner's guide, but I think that's fine, right? Inventory guide is mostly for people who want that information. So unlike the beginner's guide where I have to make it really flashy and stuff, I think it's a little different. So do I have workage today? Yes, I do. But yeah, once again, I would really like to include the Sierra's rare weapon screenshot. What I'm talking about is in Sierra's Academy, you get a set of rare weapons. And when you get those rare weapons, they get chucked in your crate. If you try reserving them, I've been told that the game warns you. But I don't know what that warning is. I don't know if it's like a, hey, you are unable to do this because you need this, or if it's like a, hey, you can do it. Are you sure you want to do it? I don't know what sort of warning screen it is. I found a guy. I think that screenshot is... I'm skeptical of that screenshot. Tech said he probably gets there tomorrow. Okay, awesome. When you... I mean, Tech's going to be streaming it, right? But yeah, I just need a screenshot of someone trying to reserve it. And then I just need the warning. I just need to know what it says or how it warns you. Okay, that's done. Next. Makeup and go. Which one was this one? I actually don't remember this one. The one with the excavator. I just don't remember the visuals. Excavator lazy uncle. Yeah, I remember the boss. I remember the boss. I just don't remember I don't remember the chibi portraits, I guess. It's clearly like Kokoro. Oh, it's Kokoro's mum and dad, like, and things like that, right? That's what it was. What's the best way to clear class 4 trials? So you mean the quest that you need to... Are you talking about the granny? Where you fight the grandma? The quests, yes. I'm gonna be real. It's been so long since I've done them, I've forgotten. Chat room, do you guys have any advice? I'm gonna assume it's for this. Clear the quest, search for an heir with a fighter type class. Use stage strategy. Use warrior for defense breach with miserable mist. Run a light or a dark grid. Is what the wiki says. I don't know how true that is, but you can try that. The old woman will always have elemental advantage if you use fire, water, earth, or wind. With light or dark, she will match your element. Ah, so maybe have a look at that and see how that goes. Take Grimnir's summon. Grimnir's summon is usually quite good too. Yeah, you can see it. You can have a look for Grimnir friend summon. I can put it up as a friend summon too. But Grimnir as a friend summon might just completely nullify it because it gives you so much of a shield. I'll get rid of my Surtur for now. So yeah, if I'm on your friends list, I think I am on your friends list, right? you can try bringing Grimnir as well. So you might find it under Win tab for other people as well. I've just put mine in miscellaneous. I have a screenshot of trying to reserve the weapons. Where could I send it to you? Are you on my Discord? You can DM it to me. TYDY, no worries. Yeah, I remember taking Grimnir actually. That's what I did. Now that someone mentioned Grimnir, that's what I did, because how Grimnir works is he puts up a shield so you can tank a lot of damage, and then he also does a nuke every couple turns, so that kills the granny. And look, Amikichi, how's it going? Grimnir the goat. Do you have a link for your Discord server? I do. Discord. Oh. By the way, just for a reminder, I can set pluses freely across different parties. Yes, it's just you are limited by how many plus marks you have. But you can see that my plus marks are currently on all of these characters, all of these weapons. You get the idea. And you can always take them off. Right, I can always go take off as well. So if it's like, hey, I don't want it on these weapons, then mass stock. Remove and stock them, right? I can always do that. Sorry, chat, what quest was it? For the grandma? It's Search for an Heir. It's Zinkenstill chapter 44. But I think Fox is trying the Grimnir strat maybe. 69 on every character. You could do that if you wanted to. Dear God, Grimnir made that easy. Okay, there we go. Let me see, Falskit. No, this is not what I'm talking about. Actually, Falskit, sorry. What I'm talking about is at a specific point in Seer's Academy, there's a set of rare weapons given out to you. I don't know when. But Seer's gives you a couple rare weapons. I don't think we even have it on the wiki page. Sorry for that. No, it's okay. It's okay. Thank you for trying to help. But I might even use that screenshot anyways. Like, what you sent me is something I didn't even consider, and I think that's good information either way. But yeah, at stage 7, you think? We might just not have it on the wiki, to be honest. But yeah, like, at a certain point, Sierra gives you some weapons that... recruiting Eternals, is that the page? What is it? Revenant weapons, that's the one. We need to revamp this Eternals page. Oh my god, chat. I have to. I don't want to explain this. But can Cygames please make this easier? I'm just imagining having to. I need to make a video of this because I need to get ahead of this, because as soon as Guild War comes out, it's going to be like, hey DY, how do I unlock this Eternal thing? Oh. Anyways. You got a test 3? Yeah. So basically these weapons, see how they're rare weapons? Sierra's gives you these weapons. Why do you need these weapons? It's because you need these weapons to upgrade Sierra's shop. To further enhance these Revenant weapons. This makes no sense to newbies, don't worry. But the problem with rare weapons is that we often use rare weapons just as fodder, right? So normally you just fodder these, but these ones are special because if you haven't upgraded Sierra's shop before, you need these. Fortunately, the game gives them to you, right? Sierra's Knickknack Academy gives them to you, so you don't have to worry about it. However, you might still try to reserve it because they're rare and you just don't know. Fortunately, the game warns you. I've been told that the game warns you and says, hey, you shouldn't do this. Or it says something. I don't know what it says, but I know that the game tries to prevent you from doing it. I need the screen where it says, where it prevents you from doing it. That's what I need. I need this screen where it says, hey, you shouldn't do this. Just so I can show people what it looks like and let them know, hey, you don't need to worry. Cut out the middleman. I wish they did, yeah. If they give them, why not just skip the step? I don't know. I don't know. Don't ask me. Again, yeah, like you don't need to worry because the game will actually actively warn you if you try to do something wrong with them. But I would still like to show that as an example. And yeah, what you sent me, False Kid, is something I can use as well. So thank you for that. They should just remove that step. I really think they should just remove that step, yeah. Hi D1, new player here. First thing, great vids, they were helpful. Question though, I'm at Sandbox. Is it supposed to be this miserable with M2.5? I don't know what characters and what sort of grids you're using, but what I will say is that the guidebooks in Sandbox give you a lot of character strength. So if you haven't maxed out the guidebooks, try to do the missions to get the guidebooks maxed out. That is my best advice for Sandbox. Where are we up to, chat? This one. Marionette Stars. What a great story. Chat, I recommend reading this one. This Marionette Star story is nutso. My favorite event series. Don't forget Sword and Mundus only unlocks after you recruit one evoker. I wouldn't recommend farming staves. Yes, that's also true. Right. I mean, you need to do staves anyways for the missions, right? But I wouldn't stay in staves an extended period beyond what you need to do the Sandbox. What am I saying? I wouldn't stay in Hibby staves longer than it takes to do like the missions, is what I'm trying to say. Do the missions. This is definitely the worst thing I've come across in the game so far. Oh, I see. Is it just too difficult? Is it dying? Is it taking too long to kill? What is your main issue there? If it's drop rate, if you haven't unlocked Mundus and stuff, the drop rate does get better. Like it's not as high as I think people want it to be, but yeah, it does get better. Wait, that's not what I want to do. Sword and Mundus guidebooks especially make you strong. You become way stronger in Sandbox than anywhere else for a long time. But yeah, you might just need to come back after you get like a character that helps or something like that to make it a bit easier if you're not enjoying it. Basically just damage, it's really slow. Okay. It's unironically faster for me to use an off-element team. It's way stronger than the Academy, but even that is still slow. Yeah, okay. So number one, first thing, many people actually do use off-element setups for Sandbox in certain places. Not all the time. Like some defenders and the really tanky ones, you want to bring your on-element setup. But yeah, to me, it sounds like your team might just need a bit more help, whether that's unlocking the extra slots in the grid, which I actually don't know how you do. I need to look that up. And then the other thing is maybe getting some characters that can help. The other thing to remember is that Sandbox nodes get stronger the more you do them. Like there's like a plus version and then like a plus version. They get tankier the more you do it. What month is formal? June.
古今無双流大剣豪ガンダゴーザが湧いていた古今無双流大剣豪ガンダゴーザが湧いていた古今無双流大剣豪ガンダゴーザが湧いていた
And finishing the last boss of each zone unlocks the extra slots.
かかってくるがよいお主のすべてでもってかかってくるお主のすべてでもって
Once you get past staves and swords, I actually really like sandboss. Can barely beat them unless I optimize, been forcing me to get better. I was wondering where the Gunda noises were coming from. I actually forgot Gunda was one of the bosses here.
古今無双流大剣豪ガンダゴー
I was checking all of my tabs. I thought the boss was just Ragazo twice, or was it? No, it looks like it was Gunda, right? Alright, next. We're nearly there. Art of Mercy. This is the COVID quest. When this quest came out, there was no voicing because they couldn't get the voice actors into the studios because of COVID. It's the Haven everybody wants, yeah. That too.
今が攻め時のようです。甘い。読書の邪魔は許せません。
Egg thigh. I remember when I was super happy after getting Altair. Him, Summer Gray, and Kengo.
検索させていただきましょう。甘い。
Why is this event Haven so popular? It didn't voice, so I didn't read the event. I think it's mainly that she just had a cool design.
書で得た知見、試してみますか？英知の本流に溺れよ。バイスハイトルーン。従前な結果ですね。
You just got Kengo today. Congratulations, Fox. Very nice. I'm not sure how much of an endeavor it is, and I don't know if this is the correct advice for where you're currently at, but trying to get the Kengo class champion weapon for water can be quite good since you're focusing on water. Like upgrading your Murakumo fully can be something you can consider. How come the Green Knight is water? Because color doesn't mean what element they are. Is the simple answer. How long will it take in your experience to upgrade it fully? I cannot say because for me it takes as long as it takes to menu it. But for you it might be too much of a... It might be too... I mean, it's not wasteful because everybody uses it, but essentially, like again, I'm not sure if I'm giving you bad advice here. So I want to make that fully clear. But getting the unsigned Kanachige with this this key here, Kengo's Devilry, is how people use this weapon. As for how you get this, you have to keep upgrading Murakumo. So after you upgrade Murakumo, you would I'm imagining you upgraded it to water, right? And then from here, you upgrade it into unsigned Kaneshige using these materials. There we go. This is what you need. This is from co-op. It's from the second last stage in co-op. There's the dog quest or the beast quest. I don't know what you want to call it. This one, Throes of Dark Steel. That one is the one that drops Otherworldly Darkblade. You can leech this from PBHL, but I don't know how. Honestly, I think the only thing here that you might struggle with is maybe the Katana Stones. Knight Its Team, you just farm, right, chat? Drop from Cult Quest, or you can buy from the FP shop. If you farm FP, you might be able to get this as well, but honestly, when I played the game, this didn't exist, so I just farmed it from co-op. It wasn't too bad, but you do need to farm it in the Pandemonium final tier, which might be annoying. Either way, it is a good weapon. I just don't know if you should be going out of your way for it, is all I'm trying to say. But if you plan to play Kengo a lot and you like Kengo, you should get the weapon. Yeah, co-op farm is not too bad if you could help. And then the other good thing about the weapon, right, is that it doesn't have any weapon skills that you level up. So it doesn't need skill fodder. It just needs EXP fodder, right? The only thing that will be new with this is the Emblem of Devilry. You buy these from the emblem menu. So when you go to the shop and you go to the weapon itself, class champion weapon, trade emblems, right? You click that and you would get the one called Devilry. This one takes 10 mats from the last co-op stage and then a couple other mats you can see. You want to put the Devilry key on the Kengo weapon. How that works basically is like on the Kengo weapon itself, it'll be like, hey, change skill. You click the change skill and then here you just click the Devilry. So that's how that works. But yeah, it's a very good weapon for Kengo. In fact, it's so good that it is 99% of the time the best weapon for Kengo. And the only ones that are better are like weapons that new players will not have access to for a long time. Probably go for it. Yeah, it gives you something to work towards as well. And Kengo is a very strong class, like people have been saying. And it's often used in endgame teams. People always recommend 6. Yeah, a lot of people recommend 6. 6 is not something you should concern yourself with because it's going to cost too many Katana Stones. I think Katana Stones might be the hardest thing. So if you are lacking Katana Stones, don't worry too much, but you might have already started farming Colossus, and Colossus drops. Or you might already have a couple of these. The Colossus drops some katanas, these ones. You can reduce these. These weapons are not used. So you can just reduce these for Katana Stones. So that's something you can consider. Yeah, I would only make the Kaneshiges as you need them. It's like, you're playing water, I need it. And then later on it's like, oh, I would like to play earth. Then make it then, sort of thing. Don't go out of your way to make more than one at the moment. Do you think Vesusia is able to CCW rather than Shishio? Well, I think most Vesusia teams are Onmyoji, right? So you wouldn't be using Kengo weapon with Onmyoji. So farm some Omega and Katanas. Omega Katanas and reduce them down, yeah. It's that, and there's also... there's an Arcarum one too, right, chat? There's a couple spots for Katana Stones. Like your Pendant shop will also have some. Under stones and quartz. I've already bought mine. But on the prestige pendants, there's weapon stones here that you can buy. You can buy those ones. And then, yeah, in Earth, in Arcarum, which you probably have access to at this point, this can drop Earth Katanas as well. I don't think I would buy them. Buying them to reduce them seems meme, but yeah, there is this one that will drop, and then you can reduce this as well. Casino weapons are considered gacha. Yes. Is there a katana there? Is there a katana in casino? There's not a katana in casino. Okay. You need to get 18 more quartz. You can get weapons in casino. You can. And funnily enough, there's a character in casino as well. A character that I don't even have yet because it requires you to get like jackpot. A lot of casino chips. But basically here, casino cage. There's a bunch of skins. This weapon here is a bad weapon. That's a sword, but you can buy it and it reduces for a lot of sword stones, but you can do that. But this is the only place to ever get the weapon. So if you want to collect it for collection purposes or whatever, then you have to keep it. Same with this. But yeah. And then these ones you can also just reduce too. Some of these things here restock monthly. You can tell when it says monthly. But there's free Omega anima and stuff like that too, which at the start you probably actually need. So yeah, have a look at it. Technically the best way, if you didn't know, to get casino chips is by doing poker. Most people like doing bingo though. Slots is a scam, so don't do slots unless you're trophy hunting. Also, if you go to this screen, there's like these gold sparklies. If you click them, you get a couple chips. Sometimes it can be a lot. So there's that. But yeah, you're meant to do poker. You're meant to do the highest one, and you're meant to play 2 cards. That's what you're meant to do. And essentially, you just get a hand, right? Let's see if I can. We'll try go for a flush. Okay, we got 1 pair. But you get a thing. All right, this hand is horrible, chat. Don't even know what I'm meant to do. 1 pair. All right, and you just keep playing until you get something. 1 pair. You got to get at least a 2 pair, and then things start. Flush again. Go for it. Nope. But yeah, this is the best way. We're looking for a king. Nope. This is technically the best way to give me a 5. Nope. This is the real reason that GBF never got a release. 8. Nope. 10, 10. Another 10, please. A 2 pair. All right. And then it asks if you want to play higher or lower. You have to say yes to this. And it is mathematically always better to go to the last stage because you just get so many more chips. However, if your mental can't take it, feel free to back out early because my mental could not take it. So, and then you have to just guess higher or lower and you go low. But the card on the left is always the card that becomes the right. The card on the right is the one that becomes the left one. So next round would be, is it higher or lower than 6? Mathematically, it's usually higher. So we go here, right? And then you just keep going lower. And then shit like this happens and then your mental takes a hit and then you hate casino, right? So mathematically, it's always best to go to the end. But yeah. I'm kind of scared to ask how long you're in casino. If you don't like this, you can do bingo. But bingo is less reliable than cards. But yeah, that's how that works. Anyways. Yeah, bingo requires you to actually have some chips to start with. So you kind of need to start with poker. So yeah, there's that. All right, let's see. Side stories. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 side stories left. We got a lot of trophies, honestly. 5,600 crystals. Oh my god, what the fuck is all this? And there's no way anything here is good, right? I think I'm just reducing all of them. Let me just double check. Boost to attack, reduce. Oh, that's the other thing. Some side stories might give you a katana that you can reduce. Chat, do you guys know of a side story that gives a bad katana that you can just reduce? Let's check if any of these are katanas. None yet. That is a saber. Harp. Axe. Boost to female wind allies attack. What on earth is that? Axe. Axe. Naru damage higher. Alright, we're up to 230 pulls. We started today at like 170, so we just got 60 pulls then. Why is the spike? Why is it a spike paddle? You'll have to ask the GBF artist because, chat, it's time for me to go. Thank you so much for hanging out. I have to go teach. I have to go teach today. Thank you so much for watching. I will be back not tonight. I'll be back tomorrow at 9 AM JST for more Granblue and probably continuing our Steam playthrough there as well. Tonight I won't be back streaming because I'll work on the inventory management video. That's probably the next video you guys want, right? I think after inventory management is maybe a class video. I don't know. I'm not sure what order. But at the moment, I think the highest priority is like inventory management, maybe class, maybe beyond Sierra's Academy. I don't think many of you guys are reaching past Sierra's Academy yet, right? Or at least I don't think a lot of you are. Of course, some people might be, but yeah. Anyways, have a great rest of your day, morning, or afternoon, and I will see you guys later. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you for the follow. You know, Tech is online. We're going to raid Tech. All right, chat? We're raiding Tech if you're on Twitch. Tech is a fellow crewmate. I forgot to check Twitch if there was anyone else online. We're raiding. See you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Bye-bye.